Hello, Ryan. Just, I assume my audio is working. Just wanted to give it a quick test. All right. Thank you.
All right, now we've got a lot of council members coming in. Let's make sure we promote.
Okay, and did Tara make it in?
She's coming in right now.
I got to show everybody technological prowess just now.
Well done, Tara. Okay, with that, are we ready to officially get off? Do I just declare it so? I'm going to declare it so. I've got a nod from Teresa.
You can.
I'm declaring it then. Hi, I'm Rachel Friend. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem. And the council procedure rule 1 provides that the mayor or the mayor pro tem in the mayor's absence shall serve as the chair of the council at all regular council meetings. But tonight, the Mayor Brockett, will be attending the meeting, but is not able to chair the meeting. Therefore, I am looking for a motion to suspend the procedure and allow me as the Mayor Pro Tem to chair the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Would that be a show of hands, Elisha? All in favor? I think I count unanimous there. Okay, great. We will now move to the business of the meeting.
Rachel, do we need to roll call before we start any of that?
No, I'm going to do announcements and then roll call, I think.
Okay, I just didn't know if we had to roll call before vote. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. That's true. That was an early vote. Do we need to go back and roll call since we just did a special motion there? It's a good question by Councilmember Benjamin. Maybe I can just reconfirm that vote after we do roll call.
That would be fine.
All right, I'm going to get through the announcements here. So we've just one announcement tonight on COVID-19 vaccinations, and I think we have a slide. Thank you. So for testing, for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, please go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And you can be tested right here in Boulder at 2445 Stasio Drive in Boulder. It's 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And please get tested if you are having any symptoms. For vaccinations and vaccine information and providers, please go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. With that, we are done with the announcements, I believe. And I will now call to order the special meeting of council on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. And we will begin with call to order and roll call. So I think I'll turn it over to Elisha. And you are on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. And just for the record, it's Tuesday, May 10th.
Alicia, you're a little loud.
Am I? Okay. Let me do some adjustments.
I mean, I should say not you, your computer, right? You're always perfect.
Oh, thank you. All right. Is that better?
Now you're a little too soft, but we'll work with it.
We can
We'll
find.
Goldilocks it yet.
Yeah, and Google gave me some different settings, so I'm trying to get all that reset. So is that?
You're perfect now.
Okay.
You sound great.
Thank you. And again, for the record, it is Tuesday, May 10th. All right. Thank you and good evening, everyone. We will start this roll call tonight with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Brockett.
Present.
Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph is absent. Councilmember Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
And Yates.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have our quorum.
Great, thanks. Okay, I apologize for the messed up date there. So first, I think we want to make a motion to amend the agenda. I think there may be two separate ones there. First, we need a motion to move the agenda to remove item 3A, which was to accept the April 26th, 2022 study session summary on wildfire resilience. And we're going to move that instead to May 17th. And then Bob, I think, also had an additional motion. So Bob, maybe you'd like to make both.
Yeah, I'll make both. But before I make any motion, I'd like to maybe just throw this open for a little bit of a discussion to see what the will of council is. So as I look at our agenda tonight, we have 5 important items on the agenda. First, in a few minutes, we're going to hear an important declaration read by our colleague, Nicole Spear. Then second, we move into a consent agenda, which has some housekeeping and minute items, but also has probably a relatively lengthy discussion around gun violence prevention. And our city attorney is looking for some direction of council. Perhaps we'll get to a first reading on that tonight. Perhaps we won't, depending on where the direction goes. So that's item 2. The third kind of big chunk is the continued public hearing on the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. The fourth item is an update from staff on taxation of electronic smoking devices and some direction they're looking for there. And then the fifth and final big item is the discussion on the potential 2022 ballot items. At a minimum, I'd like to suggest to my colleagues that we further continue the public hearing on the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. As council and the community know, the planning board spent about 7 hours with this last Thursday night. Council received just a few hours ago a detailed memo from staff. It took them the weekend and yesterday to put that together because there were a number of amendments proposed by the planning board. I think council members have not had adequate time to digest that. And we do have some council members that are either absent tonight or are feeling under the weather. So I'd like to suggest that we do one of two things, depending on the will of council. Either we just plain old continue that until we have more time to review the staff memo and have a full complement of council members present, or if it's the will of council to at least perhaps hear a presentation from staff, brief presentation from staff and ask questions relating to the planning board deliberations. But in either event, we would not vote tonight on that. So that's, I guess, proposition number 1, and kind of 2 choices there, either defer the whole thing or mostly defer it. Council, depending on how people are feeling, may also choose to defer the discussion on the taxation of electronic smoking devices. That I don't believe is time sensitive. It's really direction of council to staff on that. I think that's something that we could probably tackle in a few weeks. CAC can schedule that. So I'd like to suggest that we maybe defer that as well. If council members and staff would really like to tackle that tonight, that's fine. That's entirely up to folks. At a minimum, I'd like to suggest that we get through the consent agenda, particularly the gun violence prevention legislation. And then if people are still feeling up to it at the end of the evening, I'd like to suggest that we start and perhaps complete the potential discussion on potential 2022 ballot items. So I'm going to maybe pause there, and maybe Rachel, you could open up to just kind of a free-flowing discussion, and then depending on where people seem to be sitting on those couple of potential deferrals, I can then make a formal motion.
Okay, thanks, Bob. And Maybe you should also make a motion to suspend the rules that we voted on before we took a roll call.
Sure. This is with respect to your leading the meeting.
Yep.
So I'll just make that formality. I move that, notwithstanding the fact that Mayor Brockett is present, that we permit Mayor Pro Tem Friend to lead the meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, Mayor Brockett, did you want to speak to that? We just voted.
Well, but yes, if I could just comment, thanks so much for doing this. My voice is just simply not up to leading a 4+ hour meeting. So Rachel, I really appreciate you taking the reins tonight. And I'll just speak at the occasional sentence here and there, but save my voice. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Take care of yourself. You're welcome. Okay, so to Bob's, maybe I'll just split it into two-part discussion. And then Matt, I see your hand up. So we could go one of two ways on East Boulder sub community planning. One, we could just continue it all together and take it off the agenda now. Or two, we could sort of shrink it and hear just the staff update on what happened at planning board and sit with that and come back and just continue the rest of it. So maybe we could do a straw poll on first if we would like to continue it, and then if we would like to do option 1 or 2. So I see some hands up though, Matt, and then Mark.
Might I suggest that since we just tackle one piece, because we still have on the consent agenda the wildfire protection. So do you mind if I just make a motion to pull that off of consent, and then we can tackle wildfire? Shows you I'm still dealing with my sickness as well. The East Boulder sub community plan, and then we just get that off the radar instead of holding that one hostage.
It's fine with me.
I'd like to make a motion to remove item 2A from the consent agenda and reschedule it for the May 17th meeting on the wildfire protection resiliency regarding the study session we had about that.
Second.
Is that a show of hands, Elisha?
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor? Looks unanimous. Okay, Mark?
I was just going to speak in terms of supporting moving the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan conversation to next week or the week thereafter, unless we are under some legal time constraint to do that. I certainly would like to have a more considered look at what Planning Board did. Getting a memo at 1 o'clock in the afternoon when we're having a 5 o'clock meeting with BVSD is not really adequate time for consideration. If we need to act, that's one thing. If we don't need to act, we have some very, very big ticket items tonight, and I'd like to give them the attention that they are due. So I would support moving.
And are you asking, do you have a preference of kind of A versus B on move the whole thing, or get
I would move the whole thing, and then deal with the whole thing as in itself a very, very big ticket item, as opposed to chopping it into chunks.
Okay, Nicole, I see your hand, but I'm just going to ask Teresa real quick if you can let us know, is there an issue with continuing this hearing? Are we in any sort of time pressure to vote?
I'm not aware of any requirement that you vote within a certain number of days of planning, excuse me, of planning board acting. I would invite Kathleen or Charles to weigh in if I'm mistaken on that.
Okay, I see.
Thanks very much, Teresa. There's nothing that would preclude council from continuing this evening.
Okay, thanks. Nicole.
Yes, regarding that, I also have not had a chance to review everything from planning board, so I would appreciate having a little more time to be able to do that and make a thoughtful decision. And then the other thing, though, that I'm noting is I believe we have staff here who are probably prepared to give a presentation tonight, and so I am just wondering if, to be respectful of staff and their time, if they are ready and prepared to give a presentation tonight, that we listen to their presentation and perhaps ask clarifying questions, not discussion questions, and come back to the discussion on a later date.
You're kind of voting for option B maybe in this straw poll, not a vote. Sorry, straw poll B. All right, I think Tara's next.
I wouldn't mind hearing the presentation so that I have a week at least to think about it. So in that sense, if we heard the clarifying explanations about the various things that happened at planning board from Kathleen, from staff's point of view, that also could be helpful for me to understand where they're coming from and be able to study it better. So either way, I'm fine as, with either option A or B, but I'm leaning towards B, but I'm whatever the will of council.
Thanks. Lauren, did you have a hand up and disappeared? It's back.
Yeah, I guess I was going to vote, I think, a preference for option A, but I would be interested to hear what staff has to say about whether they would prefer to give the presentation now or later. I can see pros and cons in my brain for like having it fresh or letting it saturate for a week.
David Gear, Interim Planning Director. I think our preference would be just to bring the whole thing back at a subsequent meeting. And in the intervening time, if council members have questions on what was presented via the hotline earlier today, we would be grateful for those questions, and we will, frankly, it will help us prepare for hopefully an even better conversation when we come back to it.
That's super helpful, David. Thank you. And I'll just weigh in that I see your hand up again, Bob. I think that especially because we're missing one colleague and this is such a critical plan that it's, in my opinion, and we have a couple council members who are here who are under the weather, that is probably better to get us out a little bit earlier and have it come back when everybody's got a fresh, whatever you're left with from COVID, lungs, brain. So I would vote, or my inclination is kind of column A. And Lauren, I think maybe I'm moving you over to column A from the straw poll because you wanted to hear from staff. So tentatively going to do that. And then I will probably do a straw poll before Bob makes a motion. But Bob?
I was just going to make a motion in light of what David just said on behalf of staff and in light of Junie's absence, if that's okay with council.
Yep.
And so I move that we further continue the public hearing on item 4A until such time as CAC reschedules.
Second.
Is this just a show of hands, Elisha?
Yes.
Think so? Okay, all in favor? I think that's everyone. Thanks, Bob. And then we had a part two to your motion, which was possibly to defer the electronic smoking devices. Did you want to make a motion on that now, or is that something you want to come back to later in the agenda after you see where we are?
Well, we could do it either way. Maybe why don't I make a motion? I don't feel strongly about it one way or another, but let's just maybe test council, and I'll just make a motion. If it fails, that's fine. We can always make a motion later in the evening if people are feeling tired. So I'll just move that we also remove item 5A from the agenda for this evening and have it rescheduled by CAC. Let's see how many votes that garners.
Anyone want to, was this going to give an offer? It looks like Lauren's got a hand up. Anybody want to speak to that? It's my first question.
Thanks,
Lauren?
Rachel. I thought one of the reasons that we had this on the agenda was because there was a potential ballot implication. And so I'm concerned about if we move it, will we still have the time to address that if we decide to?
Is Kathy Haddock or another staff member here who could speak to that, or Teresa? I see Kathy.
Kathy?
But you are on mute.
Kathy, you are muted.
Thank you. Have to push two buttons. We are looking at it for the ballot, but we do have some time. Ideally, we get first reading of ordinances to you by June. So if you want to push it up, there is time.
Thanks. Nicole?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask the same thing since we asked planning board staff, but not the staff who've been working on this ballot measure. Do you have a preference on tonight versus in a week or two?
Joel? You are muted.
And I should have said this at the outset of the meeting, but if staff members could introduce themselves when they're first on.
Apologies, council. I was again also on a Google meeting that had my speaker's different. Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager. Staff is ready for tonight, but we can also be ready on the 17th or the following week. We'll be in front of you to discuss another item on the 17th as well. So we serve at your pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joel.
And then are we doing straw poll? No, we're not doing straw poll. Bob has a motion, so I'll wait.
Okay, I see Matt's hand up first. And Bob, I don't know if you have a new hand up. Okay, Matt.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, as one of those who is battling, I'd rather TBD these last two items because if I mean, at least speaking for myself, if I'm running strong, I'd like to try to knock them out because I know how full our schedules are. I mean, we have business meetings basically all the way till recess, with the exception of maybe one study session. So we've already filled them out, and so I appreciate the deference to want to slide some of these items for us, some of us not feeling well. But if we are marching through things rather well, and I'm feeling all right, I'd like to just TBD and then decide to tackle it each one as we go, whether it be the smoking stuff and then potential ballot measures. So I'd hate to predetermine the outcome now, because if I've got some energy and some vigor, I'm going to use it before I crash.
That's helpful. Thanks, Matt. Okay, so Bob, there's a motion on the floor, and I'll just speak briefly. I'm kind of where Matt is. I'd rather wait and see how fast we move through stuff. But to Bob's motion.
Why don't I withdraw the motion and let's just do a check-in. Let me suggest we do a check-in at the end of consent. And if people are feeling tired and they'd rather.
That sounds great. That sounds great. Sorry, you cut out there for a minute. I didn't mean to talk over you. Anyone opposed to that plan of action? All right, great. Moving on. So we are still on the consent agenda, and I imagine that we have a presentation for consent item 2C. I will turn it over to Teresa and Nuria.
I think we actually have a declaration.
The declaration first.
Sorry, Sorry, Nicole, I was right down on the consent. I'm very excited. I'm going to invite you now to do your declaration in honor of Turquoise Takeover Week.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to note I have my late grandfather present. This is Jack. He's a World War II veteran, diesel mechanic, and grower of the most amazing tomatoes in the Northwest. This is my mother-in-law, Brenda, who I carry with me in spirit since she passed away from lung cancer a couple of years ago. And I just want to invite anyone else who has loved ones who have passed away from lung cancer or who are battling lung cancer at the moment, just please hold them in your hearts as we read this declaration. About every 2.5 minutes, a person in the US is diagnosed with lung cancer, and lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths for women and men. Lung cancer screening saves lives, and advocacy and increased awareness will result in more high-risk individuals getting screened. Public support for research funding can result in new treatments and better methods of early detection. Lung Force is a national initiative to defeat lung cancer, led by the American Lung Association, utilizing the color turquoise to signify air, breathing, and healthy lungs. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, declare the second week in May as Turquoise Takeover Week and encourage all community members of the City of Boulder to learn more about lung cancer, risk factors, and early detection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Do we have anyone here to receive the declaration?
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, friend. I'm Nick Torres. I'm Advocacy Director for the American Lung Association in Colorado, and also a Boulder resident. So I'm very grateful for you, Councilor Spear, for sharing your loved ones' memories. I'm just grateful for the declaration this week. As you heard, lung cancer is the leading cause of death, lung cancers among both women and men. And Turquoise Takeover is all about raising awareness and really addressing some of the stigmas often attached with lung cancer. We try to emphasize that anyone can get lung cancer. If you have lungs, you can get lung cancer. About 2/3 of diagnoses, in fact, are among low-risk folks who never smoked tobacco or have quit. And so just emphasizing that we're making progress, and the lung cancer survival rates have actually risen about 33% in the last 10 years. But we have a long way to go. In Colorado, our 2021 State of Lung Cancer report found that Colorado ranks 38 for screening. And so we're really trying to do our best to raise awareness and encourage folks to get screened and to be aware of the access that they have for screening and early detection, because early detection really does translate to higher survival rates. So just very grateful for the recognition this evening. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here and for the work that you're doing to help save lives. I want to say I like Nicole, my grandfather, my mom's dad also died of lung cancer. So hits home and again, appreciate you being here in the work. Anyone else? Oh, Tara.
Might as well take this minute to think about my mom who died of lung cancer just a few years ago.
Thanks, Tara. Okay, with that, oh, Lauren.
Just an architectural plug. You know, we often think of the risk factors like smoking, but we live in an area where radon, our soils and the gases that they create put us all at a higher risk. And so making sure that people have their basement spaces tested is a really important part of making sure we stay healthy.
It's a great point. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Elisha now, I think, to take us into the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We have on tonight's agenda item number 2, which is our consent agenda. For the record, item A was removed, and we will be voting on items B through D.
Thanks. And now I'm going to try again to turn this over to Nuria or Teresa, or it looks like I see Luis up already. So staff, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Rachel. And I believe Luis is going to take us through, unless Teresa, you want to say anything for framing. If not, Luis, take it away.
Okay, thank you. I'm sharing the screen. Whoops, that is not the... I'm supposed to be adept at this from doing evidentiary hearings on virtually. So let's try that again. Okay, so is that the right screen? It should be the gun violence prevention slideshow.
We are seeing it. It's not in slideshow mode, but we do see it in front of us.
Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to have. All right, so there's 6 potential ordinances before council tonight. I'm going to walk through them with this slideshow. By way of background, in 2018, after the Parkland, Florida shooting, the city passed bans on assault weapons and large capacity magazines, among other things. We also banned bump stocks and raised the age to possess firearms to 21. There was litigation that followed that in state and federal court. And the state court case that went first resulted in a ruling that our ordinances were preempted by Colorado state law. Then the King Super shooting happened, and there was a movement in the legislature to repeal that preemption statute, which has now happened. So what we're attempting to do here is reinstate the ordinance that was previously preempted, and then also to add on some new gun violence protection. So we are going to go through these ordinances one at a time. So the big one is 8494. It's similar but not identical to the 2018 ordinances. The biggest change is that the 2018 ordinance had some language that said that intent is not an element, but the state law that governs what municipalities can do says that the city has to it can only punish intentional violations. And so we've took out the language that says intent is no longer an element. In addition to the assault weapons ban, it limits large capacity magazines to 10 rounds or fewer, or in other words, 11 rounds or more is considered a large capacity magazine and banned. It bans not only bump stocks, but all rapid fire trigger activators. Those are devices that effectively help make a semi-automatic rifle, which fires one round at a time, behave more like a machine gun and fire multiple rounds. It reinstates the raising the age to possess firearms to 21. It adds a new severability clause in case there's more future litigation and any portion of the ordinance is declared unconstitutional or preempted or is otherwise unenforceable, this would allow the remainder of the ordinance to stay intact. And finally, as written, it would allow legacy weapons owned as of July 1, 2022 to be certified. A similar procedure was followed in 2018, and people who wanted to keep their legacy assault weapon were allowed to obtain 2 certificates, one to keep with the weapon and one to keep in a safe place. And the city didn't retain any copies of those certificates, and that's to basically allow legacy firearms holders to continue to possess those weapons. And whether to keep that in the ordinance is, of course, up to City Council. Moving to Ordinance 8525, this relates to carrying of weapons and basically restricts the carrying of firearms. It would prohibit carrying firearms in city properties, also at demonstrations and near polling locations. And then there's a list of private facilities that carry would also be banned, but in that subcategory, we're saying that firearms could be carried with explicit permission of the operating authority. So there are some, unfortunately, facilities in our city that feel the need to have armed guards, and we want to respect the ability of those facilities to have that and not, ban that and allow them to have that flexibility. Ordinance 8526 is the ghost guns ordinance. These are guns that are assembled either from kits that you buy on the internet or from 3D printers, and they lack serial numbers, which is a violation of federal law. And there is federal action forthcoming on ghost guns, but in the meantime, we do have this proposed ordinance that bans them, and if it's a civil offense unless there's intent. Once again, the knowledge requirement that there has to be knowledge in order to hold someone criminally liable. That's the intent here. That it's a criminal offense if the person has a ghost gun with intent to sell or distribute that weapon. Then Ordinance 8527 generally prohibits open carrying of weapons in public places. There's some exemptions to comply with state law. Most significantly, we have to allow people to travel through the city in a motor vehicle or other private means of conveyance, which could mean a bicycle, but only if you're traveling through town to get to hunting or some other activity like that. That's required by state law. It's a preemption statute that's still on the books. Then what's permitted is to carry unloaded firearms in a locked, opaque case that's recognizable as a gun case. And then we have an exemption for private security guards who carry firearms in the course and scope of their duties. And then the last two both relate to sales of firearms. One requires signage at gun shops, and I'll show the language in a moment. And the second is a 10-day waiting period before taking delivery of a firearm. And this is designed to prevent impulsive suicide or impulsive crime. If people want to do something bad and they don't have a gun, we want to have a cooling off period rather than just going to the gun store and buying something and doing something impulsive. So the 10 days begin with the initiation of the background check. Sometimes the background check takes a while, usually no more than a couple of days, but those, if there's a delay in completing the background check, that time counts as part of the 10 days. And so it's not, it's not 10 days after you pass the background check. And I wanted to show the signage. And this is the proposed signage that would be required at gun shops to be posted. That includes the Colorado crisis hotline number. And as you can see, it notifies consumers that actually having a firearm makes you less safe, statistics show. So that's my presentation, my brief presentation overview of the ordinances, and I'm willing to entertain any questions council may have. I know you all looked at this and may have many questions.
Thanks so much, Luis. While people are putting together their questions, and I anticipate you're right, we will get some. I wondered if Nuria, I think might be the right person to ask this. If you could maybe go over sort of the process of this suite of gun violence prevention ordinances that we're looking at, such as, I imagine members of the public who don't watch all of our meetings might not know, what the vote tonight means versus what's coming up when they may have an opportunity to testify at a public hearing, and sort of how this will roll out over the coming months. So if you could speak to that and sort of what we're doing tonight, that might be helpful.
Sure, I'm happy to take a stab at it, and I'm sure Steph will correct me whenever I'm wrong, because that's what happens. But tonight, really, we're taking a look at it and seeing if there are any clarifications, any questions you may have. Teresa and her team certainly are here to respond, to see that as we move forward on this, what is deemed a first reading. If that changes and there are requests to alter in a substantive matter, we have held May 24th, I believe, and that will come up in a subsequent vote as we talk about here. We've held a day for a special meeting if we need to do it to really bring that back to council, which might effectively make that a first reading. And then on June 7th, we plan to come back to hopefully have that second reading. And have an opportunity then for a public hearing and hear from community as they now have the final language on what is to be voted on. So we've got some opportunities to weigh in and to ask for clarification. And if there are substantive changes from today, we just wanted to make sure that we built in some extra time during that week. But we will see at the end of this consent agenda. Teresa, what in all of that have I mucked up horribly?
That was an excellent summary. Thank you.
Thanks, Nuria and Teresa. So just want to emphasize that members of the public will have an opportunity to speak and be heard on June 7th at the second reading, the public hearing on this. And we look forward to receiving emails as well in the intervening weeks. So, and also the more full language of each of these ordinances is available online for people to look at. So I just know that sometimes people who are not regulars at council meeting can come to a first reading and think that we, at the end of it, have voted on something that is not actually yet a passed ordinance. So wanted to clarify that for people who may be newcomers tonight. And with that, I will turn over to Mark and then Bob.
Just, I guess about three fairly short questions. I note that we ban weapons from theaters and groceries. First, I assume theaters includes movie theaters?
Yes.
Okay. There are other facilities that tend to attract a lot of people, such as gyms. Why did we include some, but not include those?
Really, the list is mostly places where these types of shootings have happened, and I'm not aware of one happening at a gym, but you're right, that could happen, and there could be a more exhaustive list of those locations. And we're trying to capture some of that in the prohibition on carrying in public places, and that would encompass places like gyms that are accessible to the public.
Okay.
Mark, do you mind if I colloquy on that?
Sure.
You're moving on to the next one. Luis, is there anything that would stop a particular gym under what we're looking at or under current law from prohibiting carry in their private facility?
Oh no, the property owner can always ban guns in their facility. They don't need us to do that.
Okay, so like, is it fair to say then that we're sort of flipping the default with to Mark's question of like, we're going to prohibit it certain places. Any private place can already prohibit, right? But we're sort of in these particular spots flipping the default of whether it's going to be prohibited or allowed.
I think that's a good way of looking at it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks
Rachel,
for
that was the perfect colloquy, as that was my next question. So thank you. We saved some time. I guess my last question then is, we have a prohibition on magazines greater than 10 rounds. How did we come to that particular number? There are a number of, I guess, automatic pistols that carry rounds of, a few rounds greater than that. So I guess I'm looking for the rationale to use 10 as the number as opposed to something else.
Well, 15 is the default in state law. So to the extent we want to be stricter than that, 10 was the target number in 2018, but also it relates to the need for self-defense, and usually the evidence shows that usually there's only 2 or 3 shots necessary. So this is to allow some cushion to preserve the right to self-defense, which is in the Colorado Constitution.
I don't disagree. I just wanted to understand the rationale. Sure. So thank you. And those are my questions.
Thanks, Mark. Bob?
I don't have any questions at this time. What I wanted to do, if there are no other immediate questions, is to invite Louise to walk us through the 5 questions that the State Attorney's Office had for us on page 7 of the memo, because I know there's some kind of binary A versus B type of decisions that you need us to make tonight, Louise. And so I was going to offer you the opportunity to walk us through and maybe do some straw polling on where council sits on those.
That's fine with me if that works for your, I don't know what your plan of attack here is, Luis.
Yeah, let me, I have to pull up the memo, but I know that the first issue was whether you want to have the legacy assault weapons certified, because that's not required. So the first point would be whether you want to allow the certification of legacy weapons that have been acquired since the 2018 ordinance went into effect, and of course during the time period after it was declared invalid.
Rachel, if it's okay with you, since I have the floor, I'll go ahead and weigh in on and respond to Luis on that point, and maybe other council members have the same or different opinions.
Sure.
So Luis, I guess my preference would be obviously the will of council, but my preference going into this would be to allow people to certify newly purchased weapons all the way up to the effective date of this ordinance, July 1, 2022. Presumably those who owned these weapons before the last effective date, which was sometime in 2018, had the opportunity, at a window of opportunity to which get certificates. I know that several hundred people did, and those certificates would still be good. And so I think what I'm suggesting is that we just reopen that window. If this legislation passes next month, that we reopen that window and allow anyone who is in possession of these weapons before July 1, 2022 to obtain certificates if they haven't already. That is, if they either didn't obtain certificates back in 2018, or if they purchased these weapons between 2018 and the effective date, which is proposed to be July 1, 2022. So that's where I would go on that.
Thanks, Bob. Anyone else want to speak to that prior to a straw poll? Matt?
I'll agree with Bob. I think, I think I'm understanding that right. Anybody who was purchasing it since our last ban was knowingly purchasing an illegal weapon. So, that's a challenge that we have to reconcile in that sense, because we ban them. So, I think to some extent, allowing that pre-2018, I think is helpful, but I don't know if it makes sense to do so since the 2018, because they technically were illegal. Because we passed it. So anyway, so that I don't know if that helps narrow the scope or provide context, but that's where I'm
I think that you're coming out not in the same way that Bob is. That Bob is saying, and let me frame this a little bit to make sure that we all understood Luis the same way. I think the question here is, we banned assault weapons in 2018 and we we allowed people to get certificates for those at the time. So those, if you owned an assault weapon before, I think it was December 1st, 2018, 31st, something like that, you could certify it, and then it was a legal assault weapon going forward for the city as long as you kept your certificate. Now the question is, our assault weapons ban is being let go and readopted, and was overruled a year ago. So after 2018, through the effective date of this, which I think we're calling July 1st, 2022, do we want to allow weapons either that were here before 2018 and not certified for whatever reason, or ones that were acquired between then and 2022 to be certified anew? Is that, Luis, do I have the question right?
You have it exactly right.
Okay. So my understanding from what I've heard so far is Bob is saying, yes, if you got a new weapon or if you had not certified it pre-December 2018, we're going to let you do it now. Is that accurate, Bob?
Yeah, and I really look at three different periods. There's that effective date in 2018, and so there may be some people who didn't get a certificate. There's the second group of people who may have purchased an assault weapon, as Matt said, perhaps illegally in 2019 or 2020. And then remember that a judge struck that law down in I believe it was February or March of 2021. Other people may have purchased in this third period, which is in the year or so since then, which would have been legal purchases. I would also believe, and Luis, you tell me if I'm wrong, that when the judge struck the 2018 law down, it was probably struck down, as the lawyers say, ab initio. In other words, it was never a good law to start with because it violated preemption, which was the judge's ruling. So while the people who may have purchased in 2019 and 2020 may have, at the time of purchase, theoretically been illegal, their purchases became legal once the judge determined that the ban was not effective. And so we have three groups of people, pre-18, those in 19 and 20, and those since 21. What I'm proposing is that all three groups be allowed to obtain a certificate, if they haven't already, by July 1, 2022, or showing that they have owned the weapon as of July 1, 2022. So we'd effectively push the reset button, and that would be our new date going forward.
And I just want to say, yes, I agree with your interpretation of what the judge did.
Thanks, Luis. Thanks, Bob. So Matt, I don't know if any of that changes, which column I've got you right now sort of in column B of if you got a certificate before or at the right time in 2018, then you're good. After that, not good.
I think, we're splitting out these little time frames, I think, is problematic just from an administrative perspective. I think more of it was my point of the idea that one purchases knowingly it's illegal only in the hopes that they get allowance from a court later on. I'm concerned about that. So I don't think it changes my perception going forward. I think Bob is right. For simplicity, we just take from the date and go backward. I just think it's a little problematic that we are creating an allowance for people that knowingly bought or brought a gun illegally into the city in the hopes of a court reprieve. They got it, but doing so again after this date, I think could be problematic. So anyway, it just doesn't feel right, but I agree with Bob.
Okay, thanks. Lauren?
Yeah, I think that it's important to have laws that are relative, make it clearly and make the rule clear and easy to follow and easier to administer. And so in that sense, I think setting a new date, if the effective date was July, and just having one date that clearly covers everything.
Thanks. I think I'm hearing kind of same column as Bob and Matt. Mm-hmm. Mark?
Yeah, I want to argue in support of what Lauren said and Bob. I think as a matter of ease of administration, we just set the date as the effective date of the ordinance and move forward. Creating distinctions between the motivation of people who purchased in 2018 or 19 or 20, I don't think is going to be a useful basis for making those kinds of distinctions. So I think Lauren is right. I think Bob is also correct on this one.
Thanks, Mark. I'll call on myself, seeing no other hands at this point. I agree with Matt. Like philosophically, I don't like what we are going to do, but I think it's the right thing to do. And I think we could be in sort of ex post facto law territory if we didn't do it that way. So I'm also supportive of just setting the new date, and then you are legacied in with a certificate. So I'll do a straw poll in a second, and if anyone disagrees with that, feel free to raise your hand now. But Louise, I do have one question. Right now, there are a couple of dates in there about 2018 and 2022. Can that just get, to Lauren's point, kind of streamlined and take out the certificates, or just make that easier? If you got a certificate up, before this date, you're good?
Yeah, I mean, I apologize if the language isn't perfectly clear, because the intent is that if you got a certificate in the first round, you don't need to get a new one, that those are still valid. So it's I'll work on making that clearer, but it's supposed to be that people who had their certificate from 2018 don't need to do anything, and they just proceed as they were.
Great, thanks. Okay, anyone else before we do a straw poll here? Okay, so all in favor of legacying in assault weapons that are that obtain a certificate prior to July 1st, 2022? Show of hands. I think that's unanimous. Okay, thanks. Luis?
Okay, and the next question is a little bit technical, so I have to give a little bit of background. But the state law, there's still a state preemption law in the books. I think I mentioned that before, and that's that you can't prohibit people from traveling through your jurisdiction in a private vehicle or other private means of conveyance. However, in Ordinance 8525, which is the carry against sensitive areas, the way I wrote it is that if you have the firearm in a private motor vehicle, then that's an exemption, but it did not extend to other private means of conveyance, and that's the bicycle concern. We're in a city where a lot of people travel by bicycle, and we don't want people cruising around with firearms on their bikes. So the way it's written, the exemption would apply only to carrying in a private motor vehicle and not to bicycles or other private means of conveyance. And so I just wanted to confirm that that's the will of council.
So the question is, do we want to limit to just motor vehicles with this exemption?
Exactly. Or do we want to expand it to all private means of conveyance, which could, the ways people get around this town, it could be a bicycle, it could be a scooter, it could be any number of things.
Thanks. All right. Bob, looks like you're ready to lead us off again.
Yeah, just first of all, I support not having an exemption for conveyance on a bicycle, because then we have to keep in mind what we're trying to do here, which is to avoid open carry can often be a point of intimidation for people who do not have guns, and so I think we're trying to avoid people walking down the streets with firearms that are uncased. I think a bicycle would be very similar to that, because it'd be very apparent and obvious to someone that a person is carrying a gun strapped to their back going down in a bicycle. So I would analogize that closer to a pedestrian than a car. So that's where I would be on that point. Luis, I do have a question, however, with respect to a vehicle. Would it be possible or permissible for us to say that you could carry a gun through town in a private motor vehicle, but only if that gun was in the trunk or otherwise not visible? In other words, I'm envisioning somebody putting a handgun on their dashboard, for example. It's in a private vehicle, but it still has the potential for that intimidation factor. Plus, I think we've all seen stories of road rage where someone cuts somebody off in a car, the gun's right there, it's handy. guns grabbed and then somebody is shot or killed. And if we could require that an open carry gun be carried in a trunk, not only does that reduce the intimidation factor of visibility, but also slows down that road rage action. Would that be permissible?
I'd have to do further research on that, but my initial take would be that that should be fine because the state preemption statute just says you have to allow people to travel through in a motor vehicle or other private means of conveyance, and it doesn't specify. I don't read it as saying that you have to allow or you can't restrict how it's carried in the car. So, but I don't want to give that as a definitive answer. I want to look into that as a little bit more, but that's my initial reaction is that yes, we could do that.
Okay, well, after you research that, if you when we come back for what sounds like will be the first reading here in a few weeks, if you let us know if that's permissible, that's where I would be, subject to majority council decision.
I'm just going to colloquy on that, Bob. Is that something that someone else on the call could have an answer to already, Luis? Such as Allison?
Oh, that's possible. Allison, are you here? Allison Anderman?
If so, I would invite them to weigh in if they do have the answer handy.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend, I'm not seeing Allison on the call.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I see someone from Giffords
Law
is here.
Center. Here we are.
Sorry, I hadn't gotten the link to join as a panelist.
And Allison, if you could introduce yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, I'm Allison Anderman. I'm senior counsel with Giffords Law Center to prevent gun violence. And I just want to say I agree with Luis's interpretation.
Thanks, and thanks for being here.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Matt, I see your hand up.
So, I think one of the things is we want to be very clear about those that are law-abiding gun owners in our community that wish to transport their weapon to a gun range or to go recreate, and the manners in which they do that. And as someone who owns some weapons and does that recreationally myself from time to time, the best practices is you put it in the trunk. You don't put it on the side of your seat. You don't travel with it on the dashboard. So I think that, the best practices is to say, look, like that's where most people who are responsible are putting it in their trunk. And so if we relegate it to that, then we're not infringing on people just doing what is already their normal best practices. It's someone that maybe is not law abiding or who does not have those best practices in place that would try to do that, and that would be the concern I would have. And so I think it's fair to limit that to the trunk just based on what are normally best practices for those that recreate.
Thanks, Matt. And any consideration on beyond the motor vehicle issue? Oh, is that to me? Yeah, no, I agree. Oh, sorry, I agree with Bob's assessment about how seeing where a bike and a pedestrian are more similar than to a car. So I agree with the assessment. Thanks. Anyone else want to opine on this one? Okay, so right now I'm just seeing support for no exemption beyond a motor vehicle. So that's where you could have the exemption for open carry, and it would not apply to bike, scooters, walking, anything else. So
right, and then I'll look into adding language about safe transport in the car.
Meaning possibly just limiting that to the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. So show of hands, all in favor of that route? I see 8. Okay, thanks. Next one.
Okay. Yes, the next one is very specific, and it's about when we went through the sensitive areas, there was a question about places that are licensed to serve alcohol. The way it's written, we have a kind of a division between city places and places where demonstrations or voting is happening where guns are not allowed, and then these private premises where, as the mayor pro tem said, the presumption is kind of flipped and it's no guns without consent of the owner. But there's been some concerns raised about licensed alcohol premises and whether it's appropriate to allow them to elect to have firearms. And so that's a question for council.
So the question is whether to add licensed alcohol premises to the list that would flip the default to prohibited.
Well, it's currently in that list, and the question is whether to move it into the absolutely prohibited category.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mark.
To me, guns and alcohol simply do not mix, and the presence of weapons in a place serving alcohol just increases, to me, the danger exponentially. So I would vote for the prohibition.
Any other takes on that? Bob?
First of all, I don't disagree with what Mark just said. I just want to maybe play devil's advocate here a little bit and see where this might take us. So, restaurants often serve alcohol, so we would be prohibiting those restaurants with liquor licenses. And then I think council will be soon taking up the question about whether there should be social consumption of cannabis, or effectively pot bars. And so the question is that also an intoxicating substance? And the question is, where do we draw the line on that? I don't disagree with Mark. I just want us to be very clear from a kind of legal and drafting standpoint about what's in and what's out. I think I'd probably err a little bit on allowing the owner of an establishment to consent, because that's the only type of establishment really, other than the big ones like theaters, that we're forcing them to or taking away their right to consent. So we have lots of other establishments that have the right to consent or not consent, and we're withholding that here. I do agree with Mark that oftentimes alcohol and guns don't mix well. The question is, how far does that go? Does that include restaurants? Does it include pot bars? And what other intoxicating substances might come into play? So I don't know the answer to that. I just want to raise that as a quandary.
Well, as written, I just want to say, as written, it would apply to places that serve alcohol on the premises. So that would include restaurants that serve alcohol, but it would not include a liquor store, because that's not an on-premise consumption.
But what if they're having a wine sampling, which they sometimes do?
That gets into alcohol licensing law that I'm not 100% up on, but
I don't have a strong opinion on this. I just want us to be as clean and clear as possible. And I think we're going to be taking up the pot bar issue here shortly. And so then as we consider that, we'll have to decide, are those things we're also going to withhold, prevent the owner from granting consent or not.
Thanks, Bob. Lauren?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that it adds definitely a level of complication. And while I full-heartedly agree with what Mark said, I think that I do have a concern around places that might have a temporary liquor license, or, there might be overlapping in these categories in ways that we don't predict, in terms of maybe some of the businesses that we think should be able to have security if they want, then having temporary liquor licenses, and understanding which category would be, which one would apply. So there is a level of clarity that I think should be added to ensure that this is, there aren't any open questions left by it. And I could go either way on that, but I do have a little bit of concern around this one.
Lauren, Nicole?
Yeah, we looked to some data and thinking about the locations of places that we would be considering not allowing carry. And I'm just wondering if anyone has any data on the incidences of deaths or injuries in places that serve alcohol.
Allison, do you have information on that? Because I don't.
I don't have any data, but I just wanted to point out, if it hasn't been said already, that some states and municipalities limit a prohibition on guns and bars to locations where a certain percentage of revenue is derived solely from alcohol sales. So that would not include a restaurant where alcohol is served.
Thank you.
And I think there's another legal expert. Is it Dustin? Dustin, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that as well.
Yeah, hi.
Please introduce
Dustin
yourself.
Williamson. I'm a counsel at Everytown for gun safety. Yeah, there's research that shows that, you know, like Department of Justice found that 42% of convicted homicide offenders reported being under the influence of alcohol during the commission of their crime. There's also research that shows that alcohol use is associated with higher likelihoods of firearm victimization. So, I mean, there is a good bit of research out there, and we could send that along if it would be useful.
Thanks so much. Any other questions? So I'll go ahead and weigh in. I'm kind of with Lauren on this. I think I could go either way. It seems a bit complicated, and the way it is now, like the default is going to be that restaurants and bars and places that have liquor licenses are going to be default not places that you can bring a gun. And so they'd have to opt out of that. And I don't know how many really in this city will opt out of that. So I don't know if we are sort of you know, splitting hairs here on this. But I think it would be a lot of places that for us to be considering, and that would, you know, would probably I don't know, draw a lot of criticism. So I guess I'm sort of leaning on not switching its categories, because I think it's already going to be fairly safe where it is. Mark?
Yeah, I understand the issue that this is not really a problem for a wine bar serving Chablis. My concern is that the places that we would most want to protect against the presence of firearms are the very places that might opt out. And so those are the places I would want to focus on. But rather than trying to create very, very complex measures of distinction between one or the other, I would still prefer simply to say, if you're serving alcohol, put the gun away and keep it at home. As I said, the places, I don't think Corita is going to have a major problem with people carrying guns into the place, but that's not the institution or the facility that we're most concerned with. And those are the places that very well might opt out, and those are the places that very well might have an incident. So that's simply my thinking on it. And I'm an advocate for simplicity on this and simply severing the serving of alcohol from the ability to carry firearms. And I do acknowledge, Bob, that you're right. At some point, we're going to have to grapple with other issues, such as the social consumption of marijuana. But you know what? That's a problem for a different day to me. I'm only trying to address the problem I see today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, anyone else on this before we straw poll it? Okay, so I'm gonna try and Lauren under the wire.
Sorry, I guess I was thinking maybe there's some kind of, if it's a facility that is open to the public and currently serving alcohol, or some sort of, like, because places might hold a liquor license but not currently be using it, or various, I don't know, maybe that there's some way to add a little bit of clarity to that kind of makes it so that if there's alcohol present and being consumed, that's specifically what we're going after.
And maybe to Allison's point, because I don't know what the state law is here, but that, you know, if it's not the primary purpose of the place, like I'm visualizing the indoor soccer club, you know, like they do serve alcohol there, but it, you know, I don't think that that's the primary purpose of why people go to that spot. So maybe there are, you know, ways that we could get at sort of the temporary license issue, you know, if it's just the liquor store that has a wine tasting, that they wouldn't be swept in because it's just a, you know, more temporary or something like that. So maybe that's a third category that we can look at. You know, do people want to prohibit? Do they not want to prohibit, or do they want a little more information? And with the third option, it's a little bit more nuanced. So I'll raise it that way.
If I can just give a quick example, and you know, in a state like Texas, even they prohibit guns in places that derive more than 51% of their proceeds from alcohol. So you know, it covers most bars, doesn't cover restaurants that might serve. It's created some issues where bars try and kind of create a loophole and become a restaurant, but it, you know, that is a standard that exists even in a state like Texas.
Great, thanks. Louise, anything you want to add before we straw poll?
No, I think you have all covered the bases.
Okay, great. So a show of hands then for who would like to just straight prohibit, as is kind of under, I'm going to call it the Mark Wallach lineage here. Show of hands for that. I see Mark and Aaron and Tara and Nicole and Matt. So we're at majority there. So the Wallach lineage it is. Please, if you could include that in there, Louise, that would be great.
Thank you. Okay, then the last two questions both relate to signage. And I showed you the signage before, but there was a suggestion that instead of, or as an alternative to requiring signage at the gun shops, that instead we have the option to allow a purchaser to sign an acknowledgement that contains the same language and not post the sign on the premises.
Thanks, Louise. Bob and then Lauren.
Yeah, I'll weigh in on both that question and the collateral question, which relates to language. I would be in favor, but only modestly so. I'm happy to be outvoted on this. I'd be in favor of an alternative so that the shop owner would have the choice of either posting a sign as you prescribed, or alternatively, anyone who purchases a gun would sign an acknowledgement that has effectively the same language in it at the time of purchase. And then with respect to both the signage and the written acknowledgement, as the shop owner prefers, that they be both in English and in Spanish, which I think are the principal languages in this country.
Bob, can I colloquy on your point there?
Sure.
And maybe it also funnels back to a legal question. Is there a difference on whether or not the purchaser signs a statement that acknowledges that versus passively reads that? Is there a difference in legality in holding them to some standard based on those?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's probably a question for the lawyers, but let me, you caused me to supplement what I propose. I think just providing it to them. I don't think, because people may refuse to sign it, and then what? So I guess I would say either sign, obviously if they did both, that would be great, but it's the shop owner's option, either a sign that's prominently displayed or alternatively providing a written statement to a gun purchaser. The purchaser doesn't have to sign it. You're absolutely right. Thanks for that clarification, Matt. And then I would suggest that both the sign and the written statement that's provided be in English and in Spanish.
Thanks, Bob. Lauren?
So my question is if we can apply this to private gun sales, if it's a notification that's provided at the time of sale, is that something we could require at private sales as well?
I believe so, if we wanted to go that route. It might be hard to enforce, but we could put it on the books.
Dustin or Allison, do you know if other places are doing that?
And I have not seen that in in a state that doesn't require. I haven't seen that. I'm certainly not in a state that doesn't require a background check on all private firearm sales.
Thanks.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I mean, in Colorado, most firearm transactions have, even those occurring between private parties, have to be processed through a licensed firearms dealer. So the warning that is posted at a dealership should encompass most private sales.
Thank you for that information.
Lauren, anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Nicole?
I feel like I could be swayed either way on this. I think my initial preference is for the signage.
Thanks. I just would like to understand a little bit better how it would work. So I can visualize where a sign would be posted. Would this alternative receipt, like when would you encounter it? I mean, if it's after the sale, that doesn't seem super helpful.
Well, I think it would be before the sale, yes.
So,
well, I guess I should defer to Councilmember Yates on this, but what he's suggesting as far as what I had thought was signing it as part of your purchase, but if we're not going to have them sign it and just receive it, I guess they would receive it before receiving the firearm.
Yeah, or at the time of the sale. I mean, there's lots of papers going shuttled across. I've bought guns before myself, so I know there's lots of pieces of paper that go across the counter. And I think one of those pieces of paper could be simply a notice provided by the shop owner to the purchaser at the time of sale.
So I would love to know, again, from Dustin or Allison, if other places are doing this. My concern is, if the point is to make sure that people are aware of the risks, that would be something that you kind of want, visible before you check out. So I'm just not sure that this serves that purpose. And so I'm just curious if it's done elsewhere, or can and does it serve that purpose?
I personally am not aware of any other state that requires this type of warning. There are a number of states that require, or I shouldn't say number, but several states that require certain types of posted warnings and notices by gun dealers, but not this one specifically. Dustin, do you have information I don't have?
Well, we're waiting on Dustin.
I don't know other states that have this specific warning, but at the local level, we've worked on certain ordinances about providing information to people about the risks of owning firearms.
So just want to make sure I'm understanding. If it were signage or a receipt, no one else is doing either of those things? Or is anyone else doing signage in the way that we're looking at, or is this novel?
So other states have signage requirements. They're just not about the risks of gun ownership. But Dustin, I was wondering, have any of the local jurisdictions passed those ordinances, and do you know how they're doing them?
Yeah, so the ones that I'm aware of are actually, they're related to schools, where schools are required to pass out. This is not quite the same, but are required to pass out information about the risks of owning firearms. I don't know that they're necessarily supposed to dissuade people from purchasing firearms, but to make them just aware of the risks. It's like the warnings that go on cigarettes to say, like, you're still buying them, right? But they have been shown to have some effect on cigarette sales. So it's in that realm.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. Mark, and then Aaron.
And just quickly, I can't imagine somebody who's going to purchase a gun is unaware that it's a lethal weapon. I'm happy to have the signage to reinforce that concept. But I think going beyond that is almost an exercise in futility. If somebody is determined to buy a gun for home protection or for hunting or for, to use at a gun range, I'm pretty sure they know what they're buying. I don't know that we need to get more complex than having people post a sign, just reminding them of that.
Thanks, Mark. Allison, I see your hands up.
I just wanted to say that, you know, as one of the people who drafted these ordinances or the ordinances that these are based off of, I think that certainly people know that they are purchasing a firearm that's lethal. I do not think people are well aware of the risks of keeping a gun in the home. Most people erroneously think that a gun is used more often for self-protection than it is to kill or injure a family member or household member. And that is information that we want to get to people. So just like Dustin said, people understand that they're buying cigarettes and cigarettes aren't good for you, but do they have the full amount of information about the risks to their health?
If I can colloquy based on that comment, I acknowledge the utility of making buyers aware of that information.
Thanks, Mark. Aaron and then Lauren.
Yeah, and to that point, it seems like a sign is the simplest and most effective way of acquainting people with that information. You know, they can see it as they're moving about the shop. I don't know how many people would see that sign and then turn around because of that, but it might happen. It seems like it might be more effective than one of a series of pieces of paper passed to you at the time of sale. And it also seems much simpler. So I would go with just the signage only approach in English and Spanish.
Thanks, Aaron. Lauren?
Thank you. Yeah, I was originally a fan of moving to a piece of paper just because I was thinking that might more equally address both gun store sales and private sales. But as you was mentioned, because most private sales are done at a licensed gun realtor, I think that I would move more towards signage, both in English and Spanish.
Thanks. Okay, so anyone else want to speak to, we'll go first just through the sort of receipt alternative option. Anyone want to speak to that before we do a straw poll? Okay, so who would like to get rid of the signage and do a receipt instead? So receipt, not signage. Sorry about the dog. Show of hands, please, for receipt. We're gonna go with signage. I guess I'll do a formal show of hands though, just in case. Who would like to stick with signage? I see an easy majority there. Okay. Who would like to have the signage available in both English and Spanish? Show of hands, please. That's an easy majority. Okay, back over to, and I don't know if we need to discuss whether there were additional languages. I personally think probably English and Spanish is good. Anyone want to speak to that? And anyone want it in more languages, I guess I'll say.
If I may, Rachel, I've just seen the draft version of our language access plan, and Spanish is the only language that has gotten over the 5% threshold. That usually means we do translate, but we are keeping an eye on Chinese in the future. It is not currently what is making that mark in our current language access draft. So I think certainly where it is fine, and we can certainly update that if that were to change in the future.
That sounds great. Thank you. Louise, any other, I think that was the last of the official questions that we needed to answer. Anything else that you wanted to weigh in on before I open it up to additional questions?
Nothing else from me.
Teresa?
No, a procedural piece. Council may want to consider a vote to continue this to May 24th for first reading on that date so that you can have this language incorporated.
Yep, I think that's a great idea. I'll probably wait and just see if there's any other questions or things that we might want to ask to be amended. All your questions are answered on all of the ordinances. Going once. And then I guess I will just ask if Giffords or Everytown has anything else that they think we maybe should be looking at. Going once. twice there. Okay, great. Well, with that, I think I will ask for a motion to continue this first reading. Matt, are you doing a motion or do you have a question?
Process. I'm a little confused because we didn't pass the consent to B as far as I'm concerned. And so my worry is if we continue, we end up not passing to B, which, so I just want to make sure, do we need to pass to B on consent, but then continue items C through D process wise? I just want to clarify that.
So you could do this in any order. You could pass the consent agenda except for items A and, forgive me, I don't have it up in front of me. A and is this C, Luis?
I don't have it in front of me either.
I think this is now, what I have is as A was Boulder Parks and Rec Master Plan, B is these proposed ordinances, and C is calling a special meeting. Is that what others have?
Oh yeah, because we removed the original page, so that all slid up one. You're right. Yep.
So you could do it in either order. You could propose to move to excuse me, adopt the consent agenda items A and C, and then make a separate motion to continue this item until May 24th, or you can do them in the reverse order. Either is fine procedurally.
Thanks for clarifying.
Would you care to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to pass consent agenda A and C, and continue or not pass item B and save for May 24th.
Second.
Thanks. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. Elisha, is this a roll call?
I think it would be best to have a roll call to have the official vote for each council member. So,
a question from Aaron first.
Well, I just got a little nervous with the language you used there, Matt. I just wonder if you might say on item B to say move to continue it to a meeting on May 24th, because I heard the words not pass and I got a little nervous.
Thanks for clarifying, Mayor. You're better at this than I, especially when it's this mixed mosh of things. So thank you for that. I'll go ahead and redo my motion if that's appropriate. So I make a motion to pass the consent agenda A through C and continue item B till May 24th.
Bob, is that acceptable as the seconder?
It is.
Okay, great. Over to Elisha.
and just as a correction, that would be A and C, not through C, because C through C would be to include B. So we wanted to be clear, it would be a motion to pass A and C and continue item B. Is that correct? Is that correct what we're doing?
That is the fog of COVID, my bad.
It's the fog of everything these days. So just wanted to make sure I documented in the minutes correctly as well. So that's what we're doing. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so motion made by Councilmember Benjamin, seconded by Councilmember Yates, and we will start the vote with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend?
Yes.
Councilmember Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
And Yates.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, the consent agenda items A and C are approved, and item B is continued to 5/24/22.
Thanks, Elisha. And thanks to Giffords and Everytown, Allison and Dustin for being here for that. That was very helpful to have you on hand to answer questions. So we really appreciate it. And thank you to Luis and Teresa as well for all the work you're doing on this to date and answering our questions. And just want to again reiterate for members of the public that what we did tonight was continue this hearing. It's still a first hearing. We will look at it again on the 24th, and then the public hearing will be held on June 7th, and there's no official new ordinance until this is voted on, which would be the earliest of June 7th. But Nuria, please correct me if I've said any of that inaccurately.
You are right. The 24th, we will have the continuation, and the 7th will be our public hearing.
Thanks. Okay. And with that, back over to Elisha on the call up and check-in.
Well, we actually have no call-up and check-ins for tonight, and we deferred the public hearing for item 4A. So that will move us to 5A, which is the update on taxation of electronic smoking devices designed for cannabis use. And we were going to check time at this point to see if that item will be heard.
Well said. I liked cannibal use instead of cannabis as
Cannabis,
well.
thank you. It's been a day for me. I apologize. Designed for cannabis use. Thank you.
No, I enjoyed it. It was a moment of levity on a sort of heavy topic day. So I will propose that we check in with council members, and maybe before we do that, because we all started at 5, does anybody want to suggest a restroom break, or is there support for that before we do this check-in? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Can 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What? I don't know. I'm just going to say 5. 5. Okay. See you back at 7:36.
Doesn't have it on green.
Elisha, I want you to know you have a hot mic.
Oh, thank you.
Tara, if you're here, you just send up a signal. Okay, I think we can maybe officially begin the discussion, and Tara can join in when she gets back. So would love to check in with those of you who might love an early ending to this meeting in particular. See how everyone's feeling and what your inclination is. Thanks, Tara. We are officially back on if that needed to be said more formally. I'm gaveling. So again, I don't want to highlight anyone who's not feeling well, but if anyone who's not feeling well would like to chime in on whether we would like to delay the update, Matter 5, Matters from the City Manager update on taxation of electronic smoking devices, or carry on. Mark?
Can we flip the order and sort of revisit this after we've discussed the ballot measures, which is kind of the big ticket item, and see what time we're at and what our energy levels look like?
Can I colloquy on that, Mark?
Yep.
Based on what we decide may inform whether it is an added ballot measure. So if we do ballot measures before talking about this, we'll have kind of got the cart before the horse, more or less.
Acknowledged. Thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead then. I would love to just power through and proceed. I feel fine though. So I'm not sure that I'm the one who we need to hear from. Matt, Aaron?
I spoke up earlier. You go for it, Mayor.
Oh, yeah. I think if we can be efficient about it, we can go through. It's relevant to the ballot language, so maybe we can just get on through it.
All right. Anyone opposed? Bob, do we need to formally withdraw your motion, or you already did that, right? So
I think I already withdrew it.
Okay.
It was as a courtesy to those who were not feeling well. But if those not feeling well are willing to go forward, then I'm ready to go forward.
You're happy?
Appreciate the offer, Bob.
Yeah, I do too. Thanks. Okay, well, with that, then I think I will. Do I need to turn it over to you, Elisha, or can I give it right over to Nuria for matters from her department?
Right over to Nuria.
Okay, thanks.
And I'm going to hand it right over to Joel, who's become quite the expert on the topic.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I've definitely learned a lot in the last couple of years. So good evening again, Council. Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager. And I believe someone is going to run the presentation for me, so we'll get that pulled up. All right, wonderful. Thank you. I will do my best to keep this brief. We're checking in on the taxation of electronic smoking devices designed for cannabis use, and we can head to the next slide, please. So we have 2 questions or 3 questions for council if we count 2-part questions. So the first one is, should staff prepare an ordinance to change the Boulder revised code to clarify that the tax, the 40% electronic smoking device tax applies only to electronic smoking devices intended for nicotine and or tobacco? And if so, we would appreciate council guidance on the breadth of the exemption or narrowness of the tax. And then the second question is, should staff develop a potential ballot measure for the November 2022 election? And we can move to the next slide. I thought it might be helpful just to do a little level setting for those of you who are fortunate enough not to be as familiar with these as I am. So electronic smoking devices or e-cigarettes or vaping devices come in several forms. There are 3 kind of general categories. So the first that we're looking at are disposables. So these are preloaded with a liquid that is intended to be vaped and a small battery, and they're intended to be used and then thrown away. So here we have examples of one's intended for nicotine, one's intended for hemp, and one's intended for marijuana. As we go up on the spectrum, the next slide, the next part is devices that have a disposable pod that is designed to go into a battery and charging unit So the battery and charging unit itself is reusable. The pod is intended to be consumed and then disposed of. Again, on the left, we have a couple of examples that are a threaded one that are more of a universal type of fit, and the two on the right are more proprietary, so they go with only a specific base unit that's charged and reused. Again, examples of nicotine and marijuana. And then the final category are the refillable or reusable devices. So these are the most expensive. They're the most versatile. They have multiple temperature settings. Some of them, such as the one in the middle, can retail for upwards of $600. And they're intended to be used over and over and over with your preferred device. Now, again, some are marketed towards marijuana use, some are marketed towards nicotine use. And they take, again, several different forms. So we can head to the next slide. So I won't go through the detail of this timeline. You have this in your memos. But this started back in July of 2019, where community groups, parent groups, public health folks were voicing concerns about the rise of teen vaping, especially of flavored devices. At the time, it was the Juuls that were taking real hold with popularity. At the same time, there were increased news articles and reports of a vaping-related lung injury, lung illness that was pervasive among users of vaping products. As it turns out, after the CDC studied these, they found a link between those severe vaping lung injury cases and black market marijuana products that used a very specific ingredient called vitamin E acetate, so a type of oil, a type of medium for that. And I will stress that they found that in black market marijuana products, and really saw that as the correlation to those severe EVALI cases, is what they called them. But in the context of that, council asked staff to prepare 2 ordinances, one that had regulatory limitations on the use of tobacco and vaping, and then one that was the tax ordinance. That ordinance, the tax ordinance, was approved by voters and implemented in 2020. During that implementation, staff identified some issues with the definitions, which I'll go into in a couple slides, which we brought back to council in June of 21. And we were asked to consider an exemption for devices that cannot be used for tobacco or nicotine, and to consult with the CLAB. So we've done that work, and the next few slides, I'll kind of go into some of those more details. And we can move to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, some of the challenges we found during implementation, frankly, were mostly around the licensing. And that's because there are many different retailers of these devices. You can buy electronic cigarettes in grocery and convenience stores, at bars, at liquor stores, in tobacco and smoke shops, and then certain devices containing marijuana and now CBD or hemp in marijuana retailers. So defining those responsible for the tax as a tobacco retailer and the license was confusing in relation to the definitions in the tobacco code. So the next slide, please, highlights some of those definitions. So it's a bit of a waterfall on this, but the way that the code is written, a tobacco retailer means any person who sells any amount of tobacco products, or tobacco paraphernalia. The definition for tobacco products includes many categories, but one of which is an electronic smoking device. And then the electronic smoking device definition includes language that towards the end here said can be used by an individual to simulate smoking in the delivery of nicotine or any other substance. So when we came back to council, frankly, in staff's opinion, it was a pretty simple cleanup to just clarify that if you're selling an electronic smoking device, as it's written in the code, that is a tobacco product, but someone who sells an electronic smoking device, staff's proposal could have either a tobacco retailer license or a marijuana retailer license, but there wouldn't be a need to have both. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So during that conversation, there was actually the bulk of the conversation was about the tax and the applicability of the tax. So some council members expressed the belief that the intent was to tax tobacco and nicotine and not cannabis. The tax itself does have an exemption for cannabis itself, but staff's analysis was that the definition of electronic smoking device would extend to a device that was material agnostic or used for marijuana. But that marijuana itself that was purchased at the time would not be subject to the 40% tax. Regardless, council asked staff to consider some alternative language presented by the marijuana industry that would exempt products that cannot be used for tobacco or nicotine delivery. And council asked staff to also consult with the Cannabis Licensing Advisory Board, or CLAB, for their thoughts as more experts in this area on whether the proposed language by industry would be acceptable. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So during that discussion with the CLAB, CLAB came up with essentially 3 items to consider. So first was exempting devices that exceeded certain temperatures or were based on a certain temperature range. During that conversation and subsequent research, we've determined that there's really not a specific range cutoff that one could say this device can no longer be used with nicotine or tobacco. The second area was exempting certain retailers that would be selling the same device. So, for example, a marijuana dispensary would not have to collect a 40% tax, but a tobacco retailer would. And so staff doesn't recommend that because that creates an unfair advantage for one retailer selling the exact same product as another. And then the third consideration was to prepare a new ballot item to ask the voters to really get clarity on which ESDs would be taxed. So staff took that feedback and also reached out to industry, public health, and the Boulder Chamber and developed 2 additional options, which are on the next slide. And so the first option would be to exempt products based on the intended use. So to move away from the cannot be used with nicotine language that was proposed by industry to more of an intent, a design and intent. There are some challenges with this. Most of them stem from the fact that marijuana is legal on the state level, but illegal on the federal level. And so that forces manufacturers to kind of thread a needle on how they talk about their products and what claims they make. So you'll see that many of these products will specifically say this device is only to be intended with these 5 herbs, which would, there's one that says thyme, hop, oregano, things like that. And any other use will is not allowed for this device. Plus just the basic science on vaping liquids is generally the same science, and maybe there's a slightly different effectiveness or optimal use for a device, but that standard of you cannot use it would be a near impossible one to prove. And so the second option is to exempt all products that do not contain nicotine. So essentially target the tax to the actual nicotine product that is being sold. So if it's in a disposable, that entire disposable would be subject to the tax. If it's just a jar of the nicotine juice, that would be subject to tax. And any device that does not come preloaded would be exempt from the tax, essentially. So that's broadening the exemption. And I will say I apologize for the Control V error in the last bullet here on this slide. I did not catch that when I sent that one. But in conversations with public health professionals, this targeted tax would still tax the products that are most popular among youth. So I think we can move to the next slide. So there's a much more detailed matrix in your memo, but at a very high level, this kind of shows staff's analysis of the difficulty to administer an exemption, the proposed exemption, the universe of taxable products, and the clarity for customers. So, as we look at the top, exempting certain temperature ranges or exempting based on intended use are much more difficult to administer. They kind of thread a bit of a needle on the universe of taxable products, but they provide the lowest amount of clarity for customers. Exempting products that do not contain nicotine would have the lowest administrative burden for staff. It would result in the narrowest application of the tax, but we also think it would have the highest clarity for customers. And then, of course, a ballot item, assuming the proposed ballot item was to tax all electronic smoking devices, would have the broadest range and the highest amount of clarity because everything would be subject to the tax. And we can move to the next slide, please. So staff did reach out to industry representatives, the Boulder Chamber, and public health representatives. And those responses are included in your packet, in the memorandum in your packet. Both marijuana industry and public health were in alignment on their preference for the limiting the tax to disposable devices and liquids, basically to the nicotine product itself. But perhaps not surprisingly, they were had opposite positions for the ballot item. The marijuana industry opposed the ballot item, and public health was in favor of it. And next slide. So with that, just representing the questions. So again, the questions are, should we prepare an ordinance to refine the Boulder Revised Code? If so, what is council's preference on the scope of that? And should we continue or prepare language for potential ballot measure? And with that, next slide, I'm happy to stop talking and answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Joel. I think it helps me if the questions actually stay up. So if we can get the 2 question slide back while we're having this conversation, that would be awesome to me. Okay, so who has questions before we answer the questions? Nicole.
I have a question. It may be more of a question for all of us on council rather than Joel. So let me ask it. And if it's good to table it, let's table it until we get to discussion. My question is really around sort of the intention of a ballot measure, because it seems like there are multiple issues that we are kind of putting together here. And I'm not sure what the intention is with the ballot measure, that if we are interested in one. And so I'm just asking us to think about how we frame this. There's the issue of tobacco and tobacco products. There's the issue of vaping, and there's the issue of high potency marijuana. And I heard kind of and saw all those come up in our memo. And I think that if my question is just for all of us. What are we interested in with the ballot measure? Because those are 3 related, but not necessarily identical topics.
Thanks, Nicole. Joel, does staff have any response to that? Sort of what the intent is?
I'm going to deflect. I see that Councilmember Yates raised his hand, and I just want to see if that was in response to that question first.
Okay, Bob?
I was going to respond to Nicole's excellent question, but Joel, if you have an answer, go right ahead from your perspective.
Well, respectfully, I think it's more of a policy question, which I would defer to council. So I'll let you go ahead, and then I can provide some additional commentary if you'd like.
Okay, well, and Bob, you're up next. I do just want to try and corral us a little bit for questions. I do want to make sure that we're asking our questions for staff before we launch into discussion.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Well, I do have a question for staff, so maybe I'll just take the floor, but I do want to come back to Nicole's question because I think it's really an important one. Joel, what, let's say that council places a proposed all-encompassing tax on the ballot this time, and obviously the ballot measure passes, and that's easy. We have our answer. If that ballot measure fails, what's your plan B? Like, what would you then come back to us in December or January and ask us to do?
That's a great question. I'll answer that, and then I'll answer Councilmember Spears' question at the same time. So I think the question will depend upon what council was originally trying to affect with the ordinance. And frankly, I think it's a complicated question because I spoke to some public health experts who say that vaping definitely plays a role in the public health, in the harm reduction spectrum. From the studies that I've seen, and it's being studied a lot more, there are questions about the health effects of vaping in general, vaping nicotine and vaping cannabis. So I think those questions are really going to depend on council. You know, what does council believe as far as what they want to be addressing? Was it just youth use of nicotine? If so, you know, that's one lane. If it was vaping and you know, health effects, that might be another lane, and then marijuana a final one. But Councilmember Yates, to your question, I think it's kind of a two-pronged approach. So question, the plan B would really be, in my mind, almost the plan A, is clarifying the tax based on where we are today. And so we received that council direction last year that the intent was to tax nicotine. So I think we can do that with either of the two proposals, staff options, either creating a program to look at the intended use or just tax the nicotine. So then the question about the ballot is, if the ballot doesn't pass, I think you have your answer, and we have already cleaned up the tax code so that it's a clear code that we can administer fairly.
Thanks, Joel.
Does that answer your question?
It does. So it sounds like your alternatives for us are one or two, but what you're saying is if we go down the path of two and it fails at the ballot box, we still have option one. Is that right?
It's kind of 1A or B, and then do you want to take 2, which is the ballot route?
But we don't foreclose 1 by going down the route of 2. Is that right?
Yeah, candidly, I think my thought was, based on council's feedback on question 1, we'll start that work regardless of the outcome of the ballot. We would come back to council this year with proposed ordinance change for the nicotine. And then if the ballot changes that and expands the tax, that's something, you know, that obviously the voters can decide.
Thanks, Joel.
Mark, then Lauren, then Tara.
Yeah, Joel, thanks for the presentation. What would be the impact on tax revenues by trying to more specifically limit the application of the tax to devices intended for nicotine use?
That's a great question. I don't know that I have a good answer for you because we've already seen a decline in the tax revenues over the last, now that we have some comparative periods from July 2020 to July 2021. And I think that is partially the intent of the tax was to reduce use. But from what we can tell from just looking at the receipts, the vast majority of the revenues are coming from retailers that are selling these disposable devices. So I don't think it would be a material decrease in revenues if it was only applied to those disposable devices. Most of the revenues are coming from convenience stores, liquor stores, and they're mostly in the business of selling disposables.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the ballot measure, I thought we had actually expressed the view of council when we previously determined that the tax was applicable to nicotine products and not to marijuana products. And the ballot would seem to be going in the face of that and saying, you know, let's tax all products, whether they're sold by you know, marijuana dispensaries or not. Am I reading that incorrectly?
No, I think you're correct in that. And the reason we brought this back is because council also asked us to consult with the CLAB, and that was one of CLAB's recommendations that council may consider.
Okay.
So I don't think staff is recommending a ballot ordinance, but we're bringing that back because that was a recommendation of the Cannabis Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren, then Tara.
Thank you. So to me, it seems like just taxing products containing nicotine would be sort of more similar to what's set up on the retail side of the marijuana industry. Could you maybe correct me if I'm wrong on this, but on the retail side, cannabis and cannabis products are taxed at a fairly high rate, but the electronic smoking devices, if they are separate, if they don't contain cannabis, are not taxed at that higher rate. Is that correct?
That's correct. While the staff's interpretation of the tax language was that it would apply to all, during that conversation with council last year, council expressed its reservations. Under the current tax scheme, any non-marijuana product that is sold from a dispensary is just taxed at the regular 3.86%.
Okay.
And I see that Kathy came on camera, so I'm going to make some space and see if she had anything she wanted to address.
The only thing I wanted to clarify for the discussion is that the tax is only on the devices themselves. It's just whether the device is taxed if it's empty or only if it has nicotine in it, or also if it has marijuana in it. So we're not taxing marijuana or tobacco. We're not affecting high potency marijuana or other things. We're just taxing the device, but determining which devices get taxed. Because devices are all basically the same, but if we're only going to tax them based on what's in it is the question.
Thanks so much for that clarification, Kathy. Lauren, you're done. Tara?
One question, Joel. You talked about vaping and harm reduction. Can you clarify what you meant by that?
Sure. So the conversation that I had with this individual, basically the preference, as far as the spectrum of harm reduction, vaping is preferable to smoking. But then, there's question about the health effects of vaping, which frankly have not been studied as robustly as the health effects of smoking.
So vaping, just to be clear, sorry, I'm not my usual up self. Vaping is not as bad as smoking, although people haven't studied it enough to know.
So in the view of this individual,
Okay.
yeah, vaping could be a valid way to reduce harm if the person is already smoking, of course. And I think so. An additional point just to make there is that that would be the conversation that if council wanted to look at a ballot item that staff would engage in, is start to actually engage with the public health community in a much more meaningful way. When this was discussed in June, council mostly heard only from one side, which was industry. So staff's work, if we go forward with preparing a ballot ordinance, in addition to working with our brilliant attorneys to get clear ordinance language, would be to engage that all sides of the interests of the public health community, the schools, the parents, and the industry and Chamber of Commerce.
Thanks, Tara.
Joel, you said that you did not recommend a ballot measure after studying this, or you did not say that?
No, I did not. I said the reason we brought that back is because CLAB made that recommendation.
Okay.
Done, Tara? Thanks. Joel, I want to make sure I'm like following what the central issue is here. So when we passed the tax in 2019, or we passed the ordinance in 2019, and then the attendant tax, the ordinance was passed to sort of get at teen vaping and the health effects around that. Is that part accurate?
Frankly, I would have to defer to the council members, but I
Okay.
think that is the feedback that we received.
That's kind of my memory of as someone who was a bit of an activist on it, what I recall. Aaron?
Yeah, well, I would say as one of the members of council that passed it, it was about teen nicotine vaping, right? I think that was the focus, is that, that teen smoking use had gone down dramatically, and we thought that teen nicotine use was kind of over, and then vaping became so prevalent, and now many kids were vaping nicotine and getting addicted to nicotine. So my memory and understanding of our effort back then a few years ago was to pass the tax to strongly reduce teen nicotine vaping.
Thanks. And that's my memory too, that it was, kids were having dangerous health outcomes from vaping, and what was happening was nicotine vaping. So then the tax was passed and related to nicotine vaping. Is that accurate? Or nicotine was in the tax, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks. And so is the problem now that people are sort of gaming the system in a bit because they're buying vaping products to smoke nicotine that aren't taxed because they're getting them from pot shops, or what? I guess I get confused. What are we trying to solve with some of this? And I think some of this is Nicole's question, but trying to understand the history of sort of where is the tax falling short right now? And is it just that we don't know what to tax? I mean, I do recall the conversation from 2021. Anyhow, trying to understand from staff's perspective.
Right. Great question. Thank you. So I would say from my perspective as a tax administrator, the problem is we have a code that is causing confusion. The language in the code that says an electronic smoking device is something that simulates smoking of nicotine or any other substance opens that tax up to interpretation. The council direction from last summer was to consider an industry exemption or some other exemption that clarifies that tax. I think we've presented two options, at least as far as breadth, that we can come back to council with clear language that resolves that point of confusion for businesses and for consumers. The second question is something that I would say I am not qualified as a tax professional to answer the public health questions that you're asking, and that would be a policy question for council, or we could work to bring public health folks into the conversation to help inform that.
Okay, thanks. Mark?
This is more a question for the city attorney's office. If we decided we wanted to tax all ESDs, do we actually need a ballot for that purpose, or could we simply go back and reverse ourselves with respect to the interpretive issue that we decided, I guess, about a year or so ago, in which we declined to use the or other devices as a means of taxing the marijuana industry? If that's what we wanted to do, could we simply say, no, we've changed our mind. Any other devices means any other devices, and could we tax the marijuana industry without going to the difficulty of a ballot? I mean, that was the interpretive issue back then. If we changed our interpretation, would we not change the result?
Theoretically, that's true. My concern is that when you're construing tax cases, it has to, before a tax is due, it has to be very clear that the tax is due. So in that type of argument, if a taxpayer were to challenge the city and say, wait, you made one interpretation one time, another interpretation another time, judge, that means this tax is not clear enough for me to know whether I need to pay the tax. And frankly, I would rather have the taxpayer's argument than the city's argument in that scenario, because of the way case law is. So that's why we're saying if you want to tax all ESDs, that we do need a ballot question to do that.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Very, very useful.
Thanks, Mark. Any other questions for staff? Okay, who'd like to kick off discussion? And then we will answer these questions. Bob, and then Nicole, and then Aaron, and then Lauren.
I just wanted to try to focus our discussion around sort of the original questions of what is the intention? What problem are we trying to solve? Is it related to tobacco? Is it related to vaping? Is it related to high potency marijuana? Because it feels like to me that's a really essential question that we want to answer in thinking about the ballot measure. And I, for one, don't really feel that I have all the information that I would need to make a decision on a ballot measure, especially in the absence of that. So I think that's all I have to say for the moment.
Thanks, Nicole. Bob, and then Aaron.
Yes, I just want to pick up Nicole's thread because I think this is exactly the right policy discussion we should be having. First of all, Aaron and I were the two remaining council members who served on the council when we took up these vaping laws in 2019. And I agree with Aaron's recollection. And as a matter of fact, back last year when staff challenged us to recollect where we were back in 2019, I went back and looked at the materials and the legislative history, and I even watched a few videos of council meetings. And I think Aaron's right. I think that the primary focus of council and the community at that time was around teen vaping of nicotine products. That's not to say that the law, perhaps the ballot measure, perhaps arguably is broad enough to include cannabis devices as well. That's obviously the legal debate that's happening right now. In retrospect, perhaps that wasn't drafted as clearly as it could have been, or perhaps there was not a clear understanding of the technology about the differences or the lack of difference between nicotine devices and cannabis devices. So, but here we are. So I think Aaron's interpretation is correct. I think that was the primary focus at the time was the crisis around teen vaping and nicotine products. With that said, that doesn't mean that this council and this community can't look at the possibility of also, or clarifying, depending on your perspective, whether cannabis devices should also be taxed. Maybe they were meant to be included in the 2019 ballot measure. Maybe they were not intended to be. That's something for lawyers and judges to fight about. But one very clean way for us to put the issue to bed would be to ask the community, hey, listen, we may not have been very clear in 2019 about what was included and what wasn't included. So we want to be really clear this time. Would you like the cannabis devices, all devices, including cannabis, to be included? If they say yes, then we have our answer. That's the community value, and we know what it is. Keep in mind that this was not about tax revenues. This was not about filling the city's coffers. This was about making it more expensive for people, particularly youth, who were purchasing these devices and using them. And observers at the time noted that it would be relatively easy for someone who didn't want to pay the tax on an electronic smoking device to simply jump in their car and go to Louisville, Lafayette, and buy them cheaper. And we said that's fine because we're really focused on kids, and it's a lot harder for kids to jump in a car and go to the next town and avoid the tax. And if we can make it more expensive for kids, they maybe think twice about engaging in this behavior. Kids, of course, are not supposed to be smoking cannabis, so I'm not sure that we're probably tackling the kid problem with that tax. But with that said, I don't see a whole lot of downside in asking the community the tax question about cannabis. The community will either say yes or no. They'll either say, no, you asked us only a nicotine question before, I don't want to extend it to cannabis, done talking about it. Okay, that's fine. And Joel has a plan B for what happens in that case. On the other hand, the community may say, you know, I thought you asked us that question before, but apparently you didn't ask it very clearly. Yeah, we do want to tax both cannabis devices and nicotine devices, in which case we'll have our answer, and this confusion over what's included and what's not included goes away. So I don't see a whole lot of downside in asking the community this question. I wish we didn't have to. I wish we had been more clear in 2019. We weren't. But we are where we are, and I don't see why we would not go forward with this, whether it's to clarify the 2019 position or whether it's to add an additional disincentive from people vaping whatever product they want to vape.
Thanks so much, Bob. Aaron?
Thanks for that, Bob. I agree with your statements about the intent and what we were working on a few years ago, but I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction with that. I think that what was unclear in terms of what was put on the ballot in 2019 was not the intent. I think the intent was clearly to tax nicotine vaping devices. And I think there were some language imprecisions that opened that up for some interpretation. But I think the intent that it be about cannabis vaping devices was pretty clear. And that was what was implemented. And I feel like that this effort right here is about finishing out that work that we did a few years ago. So I think that the option E that staff put together seems like a pretty clean way of approaching the interpretation of how we approach things currently. And so it's relatively implementable, and that sounds good to me. So that sounds like something to proceed with. But I would say we could do that and then just put this to bed, because I think we've been at this for a few years. The intent was to tax nicotine vaping devices. We'll clarify exactly how you do that, and then we can move on. And because I don't think the intent was to go in the other direction. Per Nicole's question, I think it was not about vaping in general. It was not about cannabis. It was about curbing the nicotine youth vaping epidemic. And of course, as Bob pointed out, teens do not have access to cannabis. We have really good age restrictions on that. So I would go with option E, not move forward with the ballot measure, and say good job and move on to other issues confronting the community. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Lauren?
Thank you. I have one more clarifying question for Joel. So currently, how are we taxing these products? Currently,
the electronic smoking devices?
Well, so I guess maybe just correct me if I'm wrong, but currently we're taxing products that contain nicotine, but not smoking devices that don't contain nicotine. Is that true?
So effectively, yes. Nicotine e-cigarettes are taxed at the 40% plus the 3.86% tax. Part of the reason we came to council with this is because of this disconnect. And as we were looking at it, we realized that the reusable devices were not being thought of as retailers as electronic smoking devices subject to the tax. When we had the council conversation, council asked us to not enforce on those devices. So there may be some retailers who are collecting and remitting that tax on the reusable, refillable devices. But based on what I can see in the data, most of the tax is coming, the 40% tax is coming from retailers who are selling disposable devices.
Okay, so even though this tax has been implemented for a while, we're still seeing the majority of the revenue coming and the product being sold being these disposable devices.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think what it seems like the intent was, I remember watching these meetings, was around teen usage. And, as a voter, when I read the ballot language, it also felt like it was trying to target specifically nicotine. I also, and this will come as a shock to no one, really strongly support rules that are easier to understand and to implement. And so for me, that really strongly is sort of the option 1B. I think that just the products that contain nicotine is a much easier rule to both understand, and as you guys have said, that it would also be easier to implement. So I am strongly in favor of that. And there are lots of ballot questions that we could ask and lots of things that we could potentially put on the ballot. And I just don't feel like there has been sort of a strong enough research or sort of reason for why we would look at electronic smoking devices in general. You know, we haven't done any polling, any outreach. To me, it just doesn't feel like we've, at least as to my knowledge, gone far enough with this to really have a good argument for why we would put these separately on the ballot.
Thanks, Lauren. Matt?
Thanks, Rachel. I'm going to agree with Aaron here. It's clear that the intent is for reducing teen nicotine. I think we're all agreeing on that. And you know, I want to sort of fall back on Occam's razor, which is the best solution is often the simplest. And the fact that, you know, as per the memo, you know, 75% of high schoolers were going to be using these disposable devices anyway. And so I think we don't need to go, if we were reviewing something that had been done 10 or 15 years ago, I could see intent of coming back to the ballot on this just to get reclarification. This was just a short time ago, and I think we have a clear understanding what the voters want. And so just, you know, clarifying this real easy. And so I think, you know, that in the memo, option E, just exempting products that do not contain nicotine or tobacco is definitely a simpler way to go, because it's narrow, it's easily to understand, and it kind of really gets at where the targeted work needs to be done to continue to reduce teen nicotine smoking. And then really, you know, Nicole brings up a good point about high potency THC, and I think it's important for us to not mix our tobacco conversations with our cannabis, and really making sure that we have a clear understanding of high potency THC and our cannabis policies and have them separate. And I think we do need to have that dialogue, but I'd hate to sort of muddy the waters between the two, especially since we know what the clear intent of the voters were just a couple of years ago on this. So I'm going to support option E in the memo, which in this case, to your question, is just making that clear exemption on products that do not contain nicotine or tobacco.
Thanks, Matt. Nicole?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of follow that, supporting option E in the memo. I would like to say, I mean, I've heard from a lot of folks in the community that there are real concerns around high potency marijuana, that there are real concerns around vaping. And when I say real concerns, very, very real health concerns. And what I would love to see us do is maybe not try to kind of force a ballot measure that feels a little, that we're sort of missing some awareness and context on for this November. But I would really deeply love to hear from public health and some of those folks on thinking around a ballot measure. I know we received some information from public health in the memo. You know, I know that CLAB has looked at this a little bit, or probably not a little bit for those of you on CLAB. But I would just really love for us to have a deeper discussion around these issues. I think this is another one. Yeah, I would just like to have some more information on it, I think, before recommending something for the ballot for November.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. Mark?
Yeah, first, I think Matt's correct that we should not confuse the conversations relating to tobacco and marijuana. I would very much like to have the high potency marijuana conversation. It's a major issue, but it's a separate issue. I also don't think we have developed enough background and data to really support a new ballot measure now, when we're all pretty clear. I was clear when I campaigned that this was an ordinance to address teen vaping of tobacco. I don't know why we need to, what the impetus is to go back and redo that again, or in effect relitigate it again, because we had made that decision. And then when we were asked to interpret the ordinance, council reaffirmed that it was intended to address tobacco use and not marijuana use. So I'm just not sure we've established the background and the predicate for going for another ballot measure now, maybe at a later point. But I don't think that's something we ought to be doing at the moment. I'm okay with choice E, but I'm also okay if we simply continue the statute as it is, with the interpretations that we've put on it, and move forward. I don't know that a lot more work is required on this. But again, if it's the will of council to go with choice E, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So my tally here is I see for option E, Nicole, Matt, Aaron, strongly there. Lauren, I didn't know what you meant by 1B in that. I think you were looking maybe at a different matrix.
Yeah, it's the same as E.
Thank you. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and sort of a half for Mark. So I think Bob came out. Bob, you're still not for option E, is that right?
I'm not opposed to option E. I don't think option E and option C are mutually exclusive, but if it's not the will of council to go forward on a ballot measure because it's not ready for prime time, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. So just it's a couple people, myself included, haven't weighed in yet. So just want to see if anyone else wants to chime in. Otherwise, I think we're probably good direction with E. So I guess I will do a quick straw poll. Is sort of option E the will of council on that matrix? Please raise your hand if you're with E. I got Matt, Lauren, Bob, Nicole, Marks, Ish, Tara. I think Aaron already said that, so poor guy's got his camera off. So that seems to be the will of council. Does that, Aaron? Thank you. I mean, you're sick. It was okay to keep it off. I read into your previous. Okay, so does that, I can pull it up, but staff, is that sufficient direction for the questions that are so nicely left up?
Yes, I think we have what we need. Thank you.
Okay, any closing thoughts on that one? Great. Okay, we are over. I think I've been misnumbering. I think matters from city attorney maybe became number 5 when we took something off earlier. So whatever number it is, I believe we are up to, my thing says 6B, potential 2022 ballot items, but there's not even a 6A. So I'm going to go with 5A, matters from city attorney. Let's try that.
We'll go to matters from the city attorney. And if staff could take down those slides, that would be great. I believe Kathy is going to be leading us in this.
I am. And if Emily could put up my slides, that would be great. I'm Kathy Haddock with the City Attorney's Office, and also Cara Skinner and Jonathan Cohen are both here to answer any questions you may have about the climate tax. You can go to the next slide when we get it up. But I'll just keep talking. We are at the start of the ballot issue preparation season, for lack of a better way to put it. What we do is bring to you the potential ballot items that have been brought to us for your direction on whether we should go ahead and draft ordinances and ballot language for any of them. Ideally, we would introduce the ones that you give us direction tonight to go forward on, that we would introduce those ordinances on June 21st, and then have continued first reading and any amendments on August 4th for final adoption on August 18th. There is a possibility that you could go till September 1st and still meet the deadline of September 6th for these things being on the ballot, but we hope we don't cut it that close this year. So next slide. The questions for you all tonight are, when are we going to replace the expiring climate action plan tax and utility occupation tax with a new $5 million climate tax with debt authority? Clarification on tax on electronic smoking devices. You've already said no to that one. Change candidate elections to even numbered years. Change swearing in of candidates to December or January after certification of election results. And if the library district petition gets on the county ballot by petition and is successful, remove the charter provisions about the library. So at the end of this, those will be the questions that we will be asking you about. With respect to the climate, next slide, please. With respect to the climate action plan tax, you talked about that on February 22nd of this year. And we can go to the next slide. And we came back with what we understood the recommendation was for the research that you asked for, that we would replace, that the ballot item that you were looking for would provide for replacing the existing utility occupation tax that expires in 12/31 of 25 and revoking the climate action plan that expires on March 31st of 23 and replacing both of those with a $5 million climate tax that would start on January 1st of 2023, be levied the same way that the utility occupation tax is, which is $5 million on Excel that they pass on to customers, that the tax be for 15 years until December 31st of 2037, and that it include debt authority with general fund backup and using no more of than $3.5 million annually of the $5 million tax, so that there's plenty of buffer to make sure that we're not pulling from the general fund to pay that debt. The other item is electronic smoking devices, which you just decided on. Next slide, please. And then the Charter Committee has been meeting and made recommendations for items to come to you. First one is even year candidate elections. And I'm going to let the committee members talk about the pros and cons for that because they don't have unanimous recommendation on whether it should go on to the voters. And I don't know if Bob and Matt, if you wanted to talk about that now, or you want me to go through the process and options for how we would implement that before we talk about how to, whether to do it or not. Matt, did you want to?
Sure. I mean, I guess we could do it. Talk about it here. Bob, are you prepared to say anything? I think it's fair for context that this was a work plan item that I believe council elevated. So it did have the will of council to make this a work plan item. So even though perhaps Bob and I disagree on the charter committee, it did have the will of council for us to elevate the work to be done on it, to polish it and get it to a place where we could turn around and bring it back to council as a whole. Does that sound fair to you, Bob?
Yeah. The staff memo on this was a little bit unclear. It said that the committee was recommending this. I think Matt and I do disagree on this, and Matt can give you the pro statement. I'll give you the con statement on even your elections and whether it should go on the ballot. But regardless of our respective positions, Matt and I dutifully, together as the charter committee, put together the process and the mechanism by which an even year election would be implemented if that was the will of council and the will of the voters. So we worked on this last 2 or 3 months. And so we can either give you the pro and con now, and then Kathy can walk you through the process, or maybe it'd be helpful to walk through the process too, because it's a little confusing, which was one of my arguments. And then Matt and I can give you the pro and con statements as you wish.
That to me?
I can go either way on which way you want to go. So I would defer to you, Rachel, leading the meeting if you want it to be mechanisms, mechanics, process, then pros and cons, or vice versa.
I think the process is going to be a big part of the convolutedness here. So I think let's start with process and mechanics.
Okay. So the parameters that we worked within.
Can I just give Mark a chance to ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, it's a procedural question. Are we going into this before discussing the climate action tax?
If you have questions about the climate action tax, please, yes, go ahead and do that. Ask them. I don't have anything more for the presentation, but Jonathan and Cara are both here to answer questions.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. First, one of the options that was not presented were the proceeds that would be available for a 20-year bond without general fund backup. Do we have that?
I believe that was in the memo showing what you could do with that.
I may have misread it. I saw a 20-year bond with backup, but not
you're
without.
right. Yeah, you're right. in the memo is 20-year with the backup so that you have the AAA rating. To do it without backup, there'd only be the A rating and you need 1.5% coverage. And I don't know, Cara, if we have that number.
Okay, well, that would be a useful number for us to see. And my second question is, what portion of our dedicated taxes are bondable with general fund backup? For instance, is that the case for any bonds issued under the infrastructure tax?
Oh, you know, Cara was having trouble with her computer and was rebooting. It looked like we might have lost her.
Okay, because I think that's an important thing to know. To what extent is this concept of general fund guarantee or backstop a common practice in the city of Boulder? And to what extent is it not? Is it something that's being designed specifically for this tax? And my next question would be, how would such a backstop impact our remaining bonding capacity? Would it? Would it not? I don't know the answer to that because it was not discussed. And my last comment, which is, it's a comment, not a question, is I do think we're going to need to identify specific projects to be funded by this tax, as we did with the infrastructure tax. I think that's an important component of what we're looking to do here. But let's focus at the moment on the questions that I asked, because I'd really like to see the answers.
And I can partially answer your questions, and we can wait for Cara for the other ones. Yes, we have used it on other items before where we had the backup of the general fund. It's not a GO pledge in that it's not a pledge of the full faith and credit. It's just saying if for some reason Excel doesn't pay the tax, that the general fund would back it up. So, and it's for the AAA rating that rather than an A rating. Cara probably knows the specific places that has been done before. With respect to specific projects, I see Jonathan to answer that question, and maybe why the staff recommendation is 15 years rather than 20 years too.
Well, before we move on to that, I'd like to understand the difference between a general fund, in fact, a guarantee, but you're saying it's not a guarantee. There's no access to general funds. I'm not understanding.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
What that is.
It is confusing, and I apologize for that. The difference between a GO pledge and just a general fund backup is that a GO pledge means that the city agrees to increase property taxes, whatever they need to do, take money away from other things to back it up. It's a full faith and credit pledge of the government. This does not go to that level, but we still get the AAA rating. So we're not expecting as many other funds, but still get the lower expense of borrowing the money.
Assuming doing this has some meaning, I guess my question is, you're the bondholder and we don't pay.
Right.
Is it simply that you wave at us and say, gee, it would be nice if you could give us the money out of the general fund? Well, of course, we don't believe there's anything enforceable here. I can't imagine that to be the case.
Yeah, no, it's not I forget what they call that kind of promise, just a moral promise rather than a legal promise. It still is a legal promise. It's just that you don't have to raise other revenues to pay it. You just have to pay what's already available in the general fund.
Okay, but it still means you have to, assuming your other funds are committed, you still have to cut something in order to pay this obligation. I mean, it may not be technically a full faith and credit obligation, but it's an obligation that we would have to, if we default in year 5 of a 20-year bond, we're going to have 15 years of obligation.
That's correct. That if you default, it would come out of the general fund, definitely would affect other things. And the reason for defaulting would be if for some reason the tax that was the primary pledge, which would be the utility occupation tax on Excel, if that wasn't paid or wasn't valid for some reason. One of the reasons that the utility occupation tax is the one that we're recommending going forward with is because we have a lot of legal support for that, and we have a history of Excel paying that.
Okay, but to me, this is still to some extent, it's a full faith and credit in everything, but perhaps the legal technicalities of it, because if the tax is not, if the funds are not available for payment to the bondholders, we are still going to have to either raise funds elsewhere or cut programs elsewhere.
Right.
Okay, that's the answer, but it's not quite the answer I was hoping for.
Mark, just a quick note too, that Kara's trying to come on tonight as that is moving forward. And don't know if Chris or Mark have additional questions, but we'll try to get you that question as we move forward.
Okay, and also whether this pledge would have any impact on our remaining bonding capacity. Does it impact it at all? Does it reduce it at all?
Copy.
All right, those are my key questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I might back us up just a little bit before we get into the even year, just to make sure others like Mark might not have questions if we're not going to circle back. So can we get questions teed up for the previous slides, if that's a... So that was the only, Nicole?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo one of the points that Mark was getting at, because I'm also curious about this. It's just how, if we sort of have this bonding capacity from the general fund, how does that then affect our ability to kind of do that for others, right? I'm imagining we can't sort of have the same pocket of money, right? And it's sort of cutting out of our ability to do that, but I don't actually know. So it's just a question that I have.
Is that to a particular staff member, Nicole?
I think it may be one of the finance staff, and I think that was, we're not able to get on right now. So it was more just me naming that I wanted to echo Mark's question, because I had that question as well.
Okay. And I'm also getting a message that Jonathan can't get off mute to answer Mark's question. So we're having technical difficulties.
I'm good now. I'm good now.
Oh, all right. Yay. Oh, good.
Jonathan, welcome. Can you make sure to introduce yourself? You're good, Jonathan. I think it's the first time we've heard from you tonight. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Jonathan Cohen, Acting Director of Climate Initiatives. Mark, I appreciated all of your questions, and I was struggling to try to fumble with my mute as well. So I don't know that I can answer all of the questions that you asked, but a couple of clarifying points that I really wanted to make. I think one of the things that you have asked is whether or not this is common or something that we've done, backstopping with the general fund. It is, and in fact, one of the other funds that our department uses, the trash tax, is set up in a very similar way. The other thing I wanted to just point out with respect to the risk tolerance, I guess, the UOT, and I think Kathy answered this question. The UOT is much less risky. It's not default. We run the risk of default because it's a solid revenue source, and that's something that I think is really important. We do have, your other question, I think, was one of the other options that was listed in the table. I think we do have that. We're looking for those numbers now, and we can get you that as well. But I think the big question that you asked with respect to kind of that overall issue of impact on other funding or other bonding, I don't know the answer to that, and I would ask for either Cara or Mark to chime in on that if they can.
And Jonathan, just refresh my recollection. The UOT is funded.
So the UOT, remember, is also on utility bills, but it's a different mechanism. It's not a kilowatt hour charge. It's a revenue-based model where we essentially tell Excel the amount that needs to be collected on an annual basis. And that was the mechanism that was used for municipalization through the duration. It was originally voted in 2010 or 2011, excuse me.
Now, in our settlement agreement with Excel, we had several off-ramp possibilities with respect to municipalization. If we found Excel to be an entirely unsatisfactory partner and wanted to take one of those off-ramps, I assume we would no longer be collecting the UOT if we were in a dispute.
No, because I think if we took an off-ramp, that doesn't mean that we've created a municipal utility to replace that service. And so Excel would still be our service provider. They would still be issuing bills to Boulder customers, and this would still be collected through the utility.
But if things got really bad and we were back in litigation, and I would hope not be there, but if we were in that kind of legal dispute with them, would they still be collecting for us over a 15-year period?
Well, that's a good question. Sorry to cut you off.
You know, or at some point would we find ourselves in that dispute and they would simply say, collect your own UOT. We're not doing it for you. And then we have bonds to pay.
No, understood. And I can't answer the likelihood of that. What I would say, Mark, is that if we found ourselves in a position where we would be moving back into a municipalization scenario, we would obviously, we would levy it on ourselves at that point.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to the other answers.
And I will just add to that is that Excel never even threatened to refuse to pay the tax during the 10 years of municipalization. They paid the UOT through that whole period since we levied 2011 and the cap tax. You're right.
That is good to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I think Nicole, you're up, but are you done with? So your camera's off, so I'm going to assume yes. Matt, I feel like maybe your hand was up, but it's down. Am I making that up?
I'm good.
All right. So any other questions on this topic before we move forward again to even year candidate elections? All right.
And Cara is still trying to get on so that we will be able to answer your questions. But if we can parking lot them, we'll go on to the other things.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay.
So who's going to lead in with sort of the process procedure nuts and bolts? Is that you, Matt?
Well, it could. I you know, as I think about it, it makes sense to start with the why. You know, as I think about it a bit more, I mean, why are we doing this? Why is this a consideration? I know we touched on that a little bit at the retreat. But I think the why is a little bit clearer to some, and I think it's maybe worth starting there. So I see Bob's camera's off, but I wanted to check in and see if, given that council wanted to put this on the work plan, if Bob wanted to start with why he doesn't want to pursue this, and then I can follow that. But I can go either way. I just figured since council wanted to do it, it might be a good place for you to say maybe why not.
No, I think it'd be helpful to hear you articulate the reason, perhaps on behalf of some of your colleagues, for doing this. This is the status quo is obviously odd. Some people, including you, have proposed that we change that, we amend the charter and change that. So I think it'd be helpful for you to state the reason for the change, and then I'll offer my counter proposal.
Okay, I can do that. So. Even your election, really the why. And I think, you know, for one, I could go on for probably a good hour for all the positive reasons why this is a why we should do this, and all the benefits the community gains from it. But I'll try to summarize on the most important ones, and perhaps also leave it open for some of my other colleagues that support this and want to add in case I missed something that they feel is really important. You know, one of the most important things right off the bat is voters in even year elections simply better represent the population of that community. I mean, if we have 100,000 people and 70,000 people vote, that's a much better cross-section of our community than a city of 107,000 and only 34,000 people vote. So from a pure standpoint of representation, even year cuts at a much greater cross-section and represents a broader diversity of the community, and therefore the ballot measures or the people they elect therefore represent that community in the greatest means possible. More voters equals a stronger community. And what we have seen in the past is that there is quite a large difference between the number of voters who participate in our odd year elections. And I'll say odd because when we hear the positive means for going even year, it's more than just odd in the number. It's odd as in it's also strange that we still have and we hold on to that type of year of voting system. We have roughly about 20,000 people who 20,000 more people who participate in our local issues on even year elections, be it municipalization, our mayor, our choice, the sugary beverage tax. The list goes on local ballot measures that were run in even years. And we even see that electorate participate, and 20,000 more people participate than they do in odd years. So we clearly know that people are interested in those local issues and they're willing to participate. And one of the lessons we've learned, and certainly we've seen this in Colorado, and we can credit our Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, for this, and really thinking about mail-in voting. Like, one of the biggest issues with getting voter turnout is go to the voters. Well, no better way than to send them a ballot. No better way than to put more drop boxes in more communities. Well, the same is true here. We know where the voters are. Those were actions in space. We put those ballots in a particular place to go to them. Well, the other argument is we also need to go to them in time. And in odd years is not when they're participating. We go to them in the time of even year, and we can then have the same effect that mail-in ballots and more drop boxes have done in our community across the state to enfranchise and bring more people into the voting population. And at the heart, it's lifting up those that are disenfranchised and don't vote in odd years. These are renters, younger voters, people of color, lower income individuals and families in our community. And in particular, the racial turnout gaps are quite shocking in Boulder in particular. You know, for example, precinct 808, which is in North Boulder, is one of the most racially diverse precincts in Boulder, but has a 48% turnout gap between the year of 2020 and 2021. I mean, that's shocking that we have a system that clearly separates along racial lines in our community. And so that's something that for a community that really values inclusivity and diversity, we can't be then underpinning our very democratic structures on something that has that type of divergence along racial lines. And so there's just such a litany of positive reasons that even year aligns with so many of our values. And really at the last point, and this is one of the things I've heard from people that don't want to support this, is that, you know, we want people to vote in elections that are actually engaged. And there's no evidence that people are going to just not vote down ballot or it's a lesser of the electorate. We trust the same Boulderites to decide who represents us for governor, who represents us for state legislature, who represents us for Congress, and an array of local issues. We should trust them to also elect our mayor and our council if we trust them to also make those decisions. And so there's just a lot of this that aligns with our values, and it's really about bringing more of our community into the fold to really decide and help us understand not just who should represent the community, but really the input on the issues that decide not just what Boulder is, but what Boulder can be in the future. So that's I think just a really high level sense of all the motives and the good reasons and the why that we should embark on this, because it really fulfills so many of our community values and builds a community that we can depend on in the future.
Thanks, Matt. I think the way that this is working from charter committees, Bob's going to give a con case next.
Yeah, and I know how the vote will turn out here, so I'm not really speaking to council because I'm pretty sure that people already know how they're going to come out on this one. But I am speaking to the community because I know that there are a number of people in the community and maybe even a few council members who have a different view. First of all, you know, Matt was very impassioned about what he said, and I actually agreed with a lot what he said. I just want to make a couple of points though. First of all, it's probably really important for the community. I know council knows this, but community to understand that we have municipal matters, that is ballot measures, on all of our ballots, both odd and even. So we're not talking about measures like the ones we are talking about tonight. Those go on even year ballots, those go on odd year ballots. So the only thing we're really talking about is city council elections. That's the only thing that we're talking about shifting from odd, which is where we've been for many, many decades, to even. Probably the most compelling for me reason that I've heard from many, many people in the community about concerns about shifting to from odd year, which is what it's been for many, many years, is that an even year, we have lots and lots of other elections going on. That's probably why they're so highly voted on. And the concern is that the city council campaigns and the city council elections will get swamped by those state and federal elections that happen in years that are divisible by 2 or by 4. So we've got presidential elections, obviously, in years divisible by 4. We have Senate elections. We have U.S. House of Representatives. We have the gubernatorial elections. We have the state legislature, both houses. We have the county commissioners and all the other county offices. All of those are in odd years, and they take a lot of air out of the room. And the concern that many people have is that the council races will get lost in the shuffle. That will be not front and center, and people will not be paying attention to that. And adding a city council election to all those other races won't make those other elections better, nor will they make the city council election better. It'll just be one more thing in a big pile of things. And that's probably why a vast majority, very significant majority of cities and towns in Colorado don't do it. Almost all of them, there's a small handful of exceptions, I have the list, that do even year elections, but a vast majority of cities and towns in Colorado have odd year elections for just that reason. They want to make sure that the community is paying attention to who they elect to city council and not be distracted by the senator race and the president race and the governor's race. There's only 4 home rule cities in Colorado that have even year elections. And the largest of those is Cherry Hills Village, which is a population of about 6,000 people. There's a few home rule towns that have even year elections like Parker and Castle Rock, and a few statutory towns do, like Lochbuie and Monument. But more than 90% of the Colorado cities and towns have odd year elections. And the reason is, of course, is so they don't compete with the state or federal attention. As we're about to hear from Kathy, were we to go down this path and were the voters to support it, the conversion would be quite complex. It would require us to perform some unnatural acts. I think we're going to hear 2 options, and Nicole suggested a third one. None of those are going to be simple. All 3 of them would require an extension of existing council terms. That is, people that are serving on council now would have to, number 1, agree that their terms would be extended. And of course, we'd have to go to the voters and ask them for permission to extend those terms. And I'm not sure exactly where the county clerk or the secretary of state would be on those, especially if we're trying to also in parallel introduce ranked choice voting and have a presidential election. Kathy may have more information on that. And I also am not sure what extending people's terms would do to term limits. Does that extra year count as a term, or is that part of the person's first or second term? I just don't know the answer to that question. I do want to acknowledge what Matt said. He was absolutely right that there's greater voter turnout in even year elections than odd year elections. And that's not surprising because people care about presidential elections. They care about House and Senate and all the other elections that happen. I wish that wasn't true. I wish we had higher voter turnout regardless of whether it was odd or even, but that's just the fact of the matter. People pay attention to things that are interesting and sexy and pay less attention to council, which apparently is not as interesting or sexy. But those are decisions that voters are making. Voters in a much higher number decide that they want to participate in even year elections because they are things that they really care about: who's president, who's in the House, and who's the county commissioners, and so on and so forth. We don't disenfranchise people who want to vote in odd years elections. The same people are enfranchised in both types of elections. It's just some people choose not to vote for city council elections. It's just not interesting to them, or maybe they don't want to inform themselves. Who knows why some people choose to opt out of city council elections in those odd years, but they do. And we've made voting very, very easy, as Matt said. We have mail-in voting, so all people have to do to participate in a city council election is to fill out a ballot, drop in the mail. But even as simple as we've made it, a large number of people simply choose not to. They're either not interested in city council, they don't care, they don't want to inform themselves, they just can't be bothered to vote in the city council elections. That's a shame. I'm not sure that those people will suddenly become more informed if we move it to even year elections, some of them may very well fill out the bottom half of their ballot after they vote for president and senate. They may fill it out. They may not be as informed, or maybe there's a laziness factor there. I don't really know, but we undoubtedly will have more people voting in city council elections in even years, but it's not going to necessarily improve quality of information at the bottom half. And then finally, I do want to come back to, I thought there were some interesting comments made when we were talking about electronic smoking devices, and several of my colleagues said that question was not ready for prime time. There'd been no polling, there'd been little community engagement, so they weren't really keen on putting on the ballot this year a tax on cannabis smoking devices. And I think that was probably a good decision. I think the same can be said here. There really hasn't been any polling. Matt made some good, compelling arguments for this, but we haven't really had much community engagement. There certainly hasn't been any polling, and we really don't know if this one's ready for prime time either. So I think if you felt the last one was not ready for prime time, I think you'd have to be honest and acknowledge that this one is. It sounds like a great idea, and maybe it is a great idea, but we really haven't spent a whole lot of time talking to the community about this one either. So those are the reasons that I will, when we vote on this in July and August, we'll be voting to not put this on the ballot. Obviously, if a majority does put it on the ballot, it'll be up to the voters to decide. And if that's the will of the voters, then I guess we'll join those handful of other cities that have even year elections. That's it.
Thanks, Bob. I'm a little confused about how this portion of the meeting's rolling out here. So I don't know if there are questions after the pros and cons for staff, or where we're going from here, if we want to invite other council members to weigh in on pros and cons. So maybe over to the charter committee on
yeah, thanks, Rachel. I would just maybe recommend if there's, perhaps other thoughts on why to do this or why not. That's probably helpful now, since Bob and I just laid that out. And then I do think it's important to then jump into the mechanics, because at the end of the day, we need to elevate a decision to staff on, one, are we doing this? And two, which option are we going to ask them to embark on? So I think we can spin a little bit more on the why or why not, but then getting into that clear direction is probably helpful on which of those mechanics, and probably spending some time talking about them, because they are a little different and they have different consequences in how we would evaluate making that evolution to even year.
Thanks. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend?
Yes. Thank you, Teresa.
Sure. So I would recommend, it seems like the threshold question here is whether to engage in even year elections or not. And so it seems like that's the right starting place, right? And then if you find through your, if you find that it is the will of council to engage in even year elections, then Kathy Haddock will walk through what the different options are for that.
Thanks. And I guess just one point of clarification, Teresa, for you. What did we decide at the retreat versus what do we have to decide right now?
So at the retreat, the city council decided that it was of interest to explore even year elections. So this is the product of that exploration. Now, with this information in mind, council can decide if they want to continue down that path, or whether this exploration has fulfilled the will of council, and council does not now desire even year elections.
Great. Okay, I see Mark's hand up, and the question before us again is the threshold. Do we want to move forward with even year election going to the ballot? If so, we'll get to the nuts and bolts with staff. Mark.
I am inclined not to go forward, but if it is the will of council to do so, I would say that the fact that we've had no community outreach, we've done no polling, we have no idea whether this is something that is desired by the community at large. Unlike what we did with the infrastructure tax, when we had a very clear idea of what the community at large wanted. The exploration of this topic is fine, but to jump from this exploration to say now we have a policy and we need to move forward, and we have no concept of what the larger community desires or wants, to me, it is all, I have to use that expression, not ready for prime time. Doesn't mean we would never do it. It doesn't mean that it's intrinsically a poor idea. But before we tee this up for a community argument, it would be nice to know where the community stands, at least in general terms. I don't start suggesting that every policy requires 51.2% consent in order to move forward, but it would be nice to know if there's at least 51% that wants to move forward. And we don't have that. And the mechanics of this are obviously quite complex. And I'm not quite sure what the concept is about lengthening terms by a year, but there is certainly a prohibition against involuntary servitude. So if this were to apply to me, I would have some comments of a very strong nature about it. And lastly, and since we're doing pros and cons, I do want to reiterate something that Bob said. This is our one opportunity in an odd year election to have a community conversation about local representatives who aren't in Washington. They're there, they're in Boulder only to serve the interests of the people of Boulder. And in an odd year, we have that conversation. Can you imagine trying to get people to go to a forum for city council candidates when they're being bombarded with opportunities to go to events for president, Senate, governor, House of Representatives? I mean, that's simply.
I think ultimately this is a case where the voters will decide. If they want it, then it'll pass. If they don't want it, then it's not going to pass. I want to just remind folks what I called out last week after we heard the news about Roe versus Wade. We are in a time of rising authoritarianism and declining democracy. And this particular topic of moving to even year elections, no other places in Colorado have done it because the research on it is really relatively new within the last 5 to 10 years or so. Places like California that are pretty forward thinking on these issues of representation in government, they've actually set laws at the state level governing when cities need to switch to even year elections if turnout between even and odd year elections is, if there's too big of a gap between that. So I think that there is precedent, and I think Colorado maybe just hasn't caught up to where folks are going yet. For me, this is a huge issue around representation, and that becomes even more important in the context of what we saw last week with the Roe versus Wade news. It is those of us who are kind of the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, and as a white woman, I don't want to put myself way at the top of that pile. But the ones who are going to get hit by this rising authoritarianism first, it's all the people who are already vulnerable. And for me, what this does is what the research has shown around places that have done this change is that there is a big difference. And yeah, there's some down ballot fallout, but there's still a bigger difference between the folks who are voting in even years and voting in odd years. It increases participation in the voting process across the board. And it does that especially for groups that have always been marginalized by local communities. As more and more of people's lives become dictated by local communities, I think it's really essential that we give more voters a voice in what is happening. And, I think we need to, as Matt said, recognize that we're perfectly happy for renters, for low-income people, for people of color to vote in even year elections when we're doing a presidential election that honestly doesn't affect people's lives the way that local elections do. How can we get more people engaged in local elections where we're really making the decisions that affect people's lives and landmarking, but also the decisions that are affecting people's everyday lives? I think it's important that we have representation there for voters.
Thanks, Nicole. Matt, and then Tara, and then Mark.
Thanks, Rachel. We've all run campaigns to get elected. We know exactly which neighborhoods to go to. We know which ones vote. We know which ones don't vote. imagine the freedom and the liberation that gives existing or future candidates to walk into neighborhoods who would otherwise tell you no one running for city council has ever knocked on my door. That precinct 808, no one knocks on those doors because they know that no one votes in that precinct on odd years. So it is really important that we think about how it unleashes a new wave of democracy in our community, of community engagement, of how we go about campaigning, the empowerment of people saying, oh my gosh, you're the first person to knock on my door ever as a candidate. And in all honesty, no one running for city council is doing TV ads. The TV stuff's still going to run the national and state stuff. But the Daily Camera and the Boulder Weekly and the Boulder Beat and Boulder Reporting Lab, they're going to still focus on the local stuff, whether it's 2024, 2026, or they're still going to focus. Our community's still going to get a heavy dose of that stuff. So I'm just not sold. There's just no evidence that people are going to get overwhelmed with the national stuff and ignore it. And so I think I want to focus on, instead of perception and loose conjecture, does evidence really show it's the case or not? And that should really drive our decision. At the end of the day, is it ready for prime time? This is a binary decision. You either want it or you don't. And you don't need to poll and spend a big community. This isn't a tax. This isn't anything that requires all that deep community engagement. It's a simple question. Do you want to go even year or do you not? And if you do, is this way going to work for you? And so I think you can go to the voters with something that's really at the simplest level, a binary decision of, do you want to have more people voting or do you not? And so I don't buy the prime time argument. I think any time is prime time to ask people if they want more engagement in our democracy.
Matt,
tell me it's my turn. I'm ready to talk. I was quiet all night.
Good job.
Yeah. I want to first say, Matt, that I did not know when I went door to door, and that was my favorite thing, how many times I've mentioned it, people don't want to hear. I didn't have any idea which communities did or didn't vote. I did pick the community purely by which houses were the closest, so I wouldn't have to walk so far. So that was my number one. And I learned a lot when I went door to door. One of them was, it was very special to have 5 to 15-minute conversations only about local issues, because really not as much was happening nationally. So to the point where I truly understand what Bob is saying, I lived that, where it was fascinating to hear from each and every person of every different type, because like I said, I picked the neighborhoods that were probably very diverse for the reason that the houses were closer together. So that's the first thing I want to say. But I also hope, and that goes for the whole community, this conversation doesn't go to, if you don't agree with me, then you're bad, or you're wrong, or you're not, you don't like democracy. Because frankly, I hear both sides, and I like a lot of opinions on both sides. Every time I hear one side, I say, yeah, that. And every time I hear the other side, I say, oh, yeah, that. But I hope, and I'm asking for all of us to not put each other down for looking at local elections in a different way. That being said, when I went door to door, a lot of people said this to me. They said, is there an election this year? They also said, what day is it? What day is the election? They said. Those are some of the things. And I don't blame them, because a lot of people don't really know what's happening on the off years. They don't. And one person said to me that he never, ever, ever votes on off years ever. That's his policy. I still remember that. And that was like 6 months ago. So it stuck out in my mind. And so I'm going to say that I'm very torn on this issue, because I also do want to get as many people to the ballot box as possible. On the other, and that's the great thing about doing it on even years. But on the other hand, I really do believe we are going to be, especially with all that's happening nationally, there is no way that local issues are going to take precedence over what is happening right now nationally. And I do think we're going to lose a lot of what was special about local elections. And I agreed with what someone said. People are not going to be running to our forums. That's for sure. So they're going to be too busy trying to save the country, for instance. So I'm torn if it goes to the ballot, I'll be good with it because I can definitely see both sides. But I just want to say to the community, when I got a lot of phone calls this week and emails, when people disagreed with me, it was the most special, because every time somebody gave another thought, it gave me another way of looking at things. And so I'm going to ask that the community does get involved and keep giving their thoughts and opinions about this issue with respect for differing opinions. As I try to make my decision about how I'm going to land, I just want to say that we all on this council deeply care about democracy. I know each one of us well. I care about you all so much. Every one of you is my friend, and I respect all of your thoughts. And so that's how I'm hoping this goes. Right now, for me to get, every time I wake up and I feel differently, by the way. So for everybody that's taken the time to spend time with me on the phone, including the community members, I want to thank you all for that. Keep doing it. I just wanted to say my piece about how I'm hoping that we can do this next section. We can discuss this topic with love and respect for each other. That's what I wanted to say.
Hear, hear, Tara. Mark, then Lauren, then Aaron.
Yeah, I just want to respond to a couple of comments. I started in politics a little more than 50 years ago. My first experience was in voter registration. And it seems to me that the issue here is, how do we promote off-year participation, not squander the one opportunity we have to have a real community conversation with our local elected leaders. And that's the fact of it. We have the council candidates have the attention of the community in odd years. They will not be a blip on the radar screen in even years. And that's simply the fact of it. And so I think people will be less informed about their representatives. There'll be less connection with their representatives, and there'll be less discussion with their representatives. Secondly, I give weight to the fact that no other communities of size in Colorado have elected to move to an even year election. With respect to California, I tend to be very reluctant to hold them up as my role model in many things. They've got their own issues to deal with. And lastly, and then I will pass it on, I know, Matt, you don't think engagement on this question is necessary, but we tend to be very focused on engagement, except when we don't want to engage. And I think that's not a consistent policy, and it's not a policy we ought to be implementing at this time. We value engagement. We like to talk to the community. We like the community to talk to us. And I think there is something lost by simply saying, you don't need to do it. Here's the question, just answer it yay or nay. I don't think that's an optimal result. And so for those reasons, I maintain that this is not a ready for prime time proposition. And, of course, I'm going to not support it as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Lauren, then Aaron, then Tara, is your hand up again?
So as people have mentioned, council may be the primary focus for some residents in odd years, but other people have busy lives and may not even realize, as Tara pointed out, that the election is happening this year or what day it is. While some people may be invited to events where governors, senators, and presidents are speaking, I'm not sure that that represents the majority of our residents. And it is true that we don't have polling on this issue, but we do have a clear issue that we are trying to solve, which is how many people vote in our local elections. We have evidence from other communities that if we were to implement even year elections, we most likely would see higher turnout. And if smaller communities in Colorado can make even year elections work, I'm certain that a community the size of Boulder has enough pull to, create enough attention to get people interested in our local politics, even during national elections. while we don't know for certain if this would pass or not, I think it's really important that we give this opportunity to the voters to make this decision.
Thanks, Lauren, Aaron, and Tara, and then I'll call myself.
So people have spoken eloquently on this. I won't go into depth. I will be supporting moving this forward onto the ballot. And I'll just make a couple highlights from other people's points. One is that when we have more of our community voting, we get representation, from our entire community, and that gives us elected leaders who are elected with the will of a more representative set of our community. And when you make structural changes to make voting accessible to more people, you get that more representative electorate. So we all love our mail-in ballots. That was a structural change that has increased turnout enormously. If we shift to even year elections when 20,000 more people vote, then we'll get maybe not exactly 20,000 more votes for city council candidates, but somewhere close to it. And we'll have a more representative electorate. So I think that'll be amazing. And then just to the point about the attention on the local races, as you go into, the city council campaigns are short. They're just about 3 months long. And as you're hitting that point in the presidential cycle, the airwaves and the television ads are saturated with national issues. But the local campaigns don't run in those sectors. They don't go on the radio. They don't go on the television. And frankly, in a very blue city such as Boulder, most people have made up their minds on the large state and national races by the time you get to those last 3 months. So I think that local electors will have plenty of attention to devote to city council races in those last 3 months leading up to the election, and actually would probably love the distraction from the national races where they've long since made up their minds. So just a couple of points, looking forward to moving this forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Lauren, is that a new hand? Tara, did you change your mind?
No, I forgot to say everything I was going to say, of course.
You're up.
Even though I spoke for a long time. I just wanted to say that I do believe, whenever I can't decide on something, which is sometimes, I usually pick putting it on the ballot because I feel like it's up to the people to decide, not necessarily us, only on such a very important topic. So no matter how I feel about it, which I haven't decided yet, for such an important topic, I would think that putting it on the ballot is the most important thing. So I did forget to mention that. And also, again, I just have a lot of respect for all of you, and I love listening to your wonderful thoughts. And I mean that.
Thanks, Tara. I will, I think, close this out here. I'm going to be in support of putting this on the ballot. I might be the only person in the history of City Council Boulder who doesn't like going to 20 forums. So everybody's like, maybe people won't run to our forums. That's a-okay to me. If there were 3 forums and people turned out for those 3 who are interested, all the better. I think it's absurd, to be honest, that we are, running for office in a race that lasts so few weeks, and we are expected to turn out to so many places, to be honest. So I think we overdo it, and if we throttle back a little bit, that's fine to me. I think that I'm going to vote in every election, even odd year, and there are a lot of people, probably everybody that I'm looking at on the screen is the same. So I don't think we're going to lose most of the people that are already voting in these elections. I think that we can only stand to gain people who aren't yet being hit with the information. So to me, it's just a win. If we have those 3 forums, God willing, like I said, I'm never running again, but for the poor people after me, if they can go to a fewer number and we can really focus, I think that's going to be, possibly even just reduce some of the tension in local politics. We are overheated. So I think that there may be some benefits to mixing in with the national politics, to be honest. So I'm very much not worried about that. In terms of engagement, we do things differently. If you look at the first thing we looked at tonight, gun violence prevention, how many Be Heard Boulders or community forums do we have on that? It's 0. We're going to have a public hearing we're going to hear from people and we're going to vote. And the way we're doing it here is we're going to have a vote. Like that is the public giving us the information. So I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary with just putting it on the ballot. We've gotten feedback that it is more democratic, that it's going to be better in terms of our racial equity plan goals and inclusivity. So I think we put it on the ballot and see what the voters think. So with that, I think it's time to ask for a straw poll of, do we want to put even year elections on the ballot in 2022? Does that sound right, Teresa? So I think Matt's already raising his hand. That's a yes. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yes. Tara, your hand's up. It's like Tara said, so we got 5.5 yes, I think, and 2.5 no's. So that's going to be we're putting that in the yes column. And with that, I will turn it back over to either the charter subcommittee or Kathy to talk us through how that will work. Thanks. Thanks everyone for the great feedback there.
Unless the subcommittee has anything to go forward, I'll jump into the options. Okay. Emily or Alicia, whoever's running the program now, if we can go back to the slide that we were on. And in putting the options together, we had a few parameters that we were considering to get to the 2 options. And those are that the charter right now provides for direct election of the mayor to start in 2023. And that in order to get to even numbered terms, you either have to shorten the term of future board members for 1 term, or for council members for 1 term, or lengthen the term of existing council members. We wanted to avoid making any changes in the 2024 election at the county clerk's request, because of that being a presidential year and concern about all the challenges that potentially could happen. And so not wanting to add any more confusion to that election or staff time. I think we had one other parameter in here. I apologize, I lost my program. So if you can advance it to the option 1 chart, thank you very much. So we tried to put it in chart form to make it easy. So the option 1 doesn't extend anybody's term, so no indentured servitude, but no extension of any terms of existing elected officials. So everybody in the future will have to run for their seat rather than just get an extra term. We go ahead with the direct elected mayor in 2023.
Kathy, hold on. So it's not getting an extra term. It's just, I just want to be clear. Yeah, right, because I want to not confuse term limits and any of that stuff. It's not an extra term, just an additional year to their existing term or subtraction.
Thank you. Good clarification. And actually that reminds me of Bob's question too. Good question about the term limit issue. I think that when we draft the question, we want to make sure that we make it clear that the extra year added, if that's the direction you go, is not an extra term, just as Matt's saying, for purposes of term limits. So in 2023, the mayor would be elected for a 3-year term instead of the 2-year term that's currently in the charter, and then be up again in 2026 and for 2 years thereafter. Another option you could do in that is have the first directly elected mayor go to 2025, and then the one elected in 2025 just have 1-year term, if you didn't want to give the first directly elected mayor a 3-year term. Then going to the orange ones, the current council members that have terms that go to 2025 would be up in election again in 2025. The council seats that will be up in 2023 would get 3-year terms. So their terms would end in 2026. And then at the 2025 election, the council members in that group in the orange would get 3-year terms. And then thereafter, we are back to even years, 4 council members up for 4-year terms each year. So we maintain the rotation of 4 council members. So that's option number 1. Going to option 2, which is the next slide. So this one is where I love Mark's indentured servitude. So the orange ones show the existing council members would get an extra year to their term. We'd skip the 2025 election so that in the orange folks would not be up for election again until 2026. The mayor that was elected in 2023 would have a 3-year term. The council members that were the green ones that are elected in 2023 would have a 5-year term until 2028. And then we're back on every other year, even year. The top 4 vote getters get 4-year terms, and 2 years later, the second group gets 4-year terms. So does anybody have questions about the rotation? Okay, next slide, please. The other thing that the Charter Committee talked about is currently the Charter requires a swearing in of newly elected council members on the 3rd Tuesday of November. That was timed because council meetings were in November, and there was a change within the past 2 decades to change it from January to November. But now as it takes longer and longer to certify election results, there was an issue with onboarding. And knowing when the election results would be, we think that problem's probably going to get worse rather than better. So the option to change the swearing in of council candidates to either the first business meeting in December or the first one in January. So we'll have certified election results and can onboard the newly elected officials. And by calling it the first business meeting, we accommodate you changing the meetings to Thursday. And Matt has his hand up.
Thanks, Kathy. I was just curious, because we had an option to choose from, are we still trying to go through them all, or did we want to make that decision point on option 1 or 2 and give the will of council as which one to pursue? I've just heard it from a process question. When did we want to provide that feedback?
I have all the questions at the end, so we'll make sure we get them all.
Thanks, Kathy.
If you want to do them as we go, that's fine.
Let's do them at the end, I think.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, great. And then next slide. This one is addressing the library issue. It's expected that that there potentially will be a petition circulated that gets enough signatures that it will be on the county ballot whether or not to form a library district and have a tax for it. And if there is, there are provisions of the charter that directly affect library issues. And the most important one that may affect you guys is section 134 that says that you are required. So even if there was a tax that started in 2023 for the library district, the city council would be required to appropriate at least 1/3 of a mil assessed within the city to be used only for the benefit of the library. And that use can never change. And it also applies to the proceeds from sale of any library property. So that provision will be in effect even if there is a library district assessing a tax until the voters remove that provision from the charter. So that's why we were bringing up this issue now, expecting the library issue to be on the ballot this time. Next slide. Now we're addressing the issues that will be on the ballot regardless of what you do. One of them is the referendum on the ordinance annexing the CU South property. And then for the overlapping entities, next slide, please. Boulder County expects that they will have something about, can we go to the next slide? Something about extending either the transportation tax or the alternative sentencing, and they expect a library petition. They have the same schedule for getting things on the ballot as you do, so there may be more. They may come up with more things, but this is all that Michelle had for me at this point. The Boulder Valley School District is talking about revenue increases being discussed. They're in the middle of their engagement sessions right now. 2 slides ahead, please. And the state, next slide, has, there is an initiative for reduction of the state income tax rate, and there's other initiatives pending before the title setting board, but none of them have been set yet. And I couldn't find any information on what RTD plans. So next slide, here's all the questions. whether we do draft the ordinance and ballot language for the climate tax with $5 million in bonding authority. You've already said no to the second question, and to Matt's question, you've said yes to the first part of the third bullet of changing candidate elections. So we need you to choose option 1 or 2 and select whether you are interested in changing the swearing in of council members, and if so, to the first meeting in December or the first one in January. The reason for the options is because of the holidays and you not having 2 meetings in December and all that kind of thing. And then the last one is whether to remove the library provisions from the charter, with that only to become effective if the library district mill levy passes. And that's all I have. We're here to answer questions.
Thanks, Kathy. Can we leave the slide questions up? And first to Nuria, I think we maybe have answers on the first topic, the 5 million bonding authority that we were waiting on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, however, whichever way you want to do it, if you want to go to all the answers and then hold off on the climate tax. But I know that Cara is back with us on the phone, not in person. Gremlins are out to get us, but know that there were she was listening, and there are some questions that maybe Cara, you can respond now about some of the questions that Mark posed before you were rudely booted off.
It's been a glitchy day. Thanks for hanging with us, Cara.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
Okay, I apologize, and I also apologize. I don't know if I heard all the questions, but what I think I heard were, what are some examples of some debt or authority to issue debt where we had a specific revenue source essentially as the pledge, but that also pledged essentially the general fund or full faith and credit of the city, except for pledging the ability to increase taxes. And examples of those are our trash tax bonding authority, our OSMP debt has the general fund backing, and our capital improvement bond is also a general fund pledge, but without the pledge to increase taxes. So we have asked that question of the voters and had construct in the past. I think another question I heard was the difference. Oh, can we run the numbers for 20 years with and without general fund backing? Yes, we can get that from our financial advisors quickly, so we can provide that to you. And I think I also just wanted to caveat that I think the financial advisors were probably being conservative about what the rating might be if it was just a climate tax pledge and did not have that general fund support as a pledge, just because we don't know what the rating would be. And it's a new territory, and it would be something different. So it may be that rating as suggested in the memo. There's a chance it might be slightly higher rating. We just don't know that right now. And let's see. Oh, I think there was a question about would this count against our capacity? And I mean, yes, anytime we issue debt, that would count against our capacity. And all of our outstanding debt is always a consideration by bond rating agencies, so could impact future issuances. But I think these amounts are small relative to our capacities, but it definitely is just a factor. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember all the questions. Maybe Mark, you could, if there are additional questions that I'm not answering right now, I'm happy to.
No, I think you've answered most of them, other than identifying specific projects that we would want to apply these revenues towards. But I do have one technical question, which is, can we move forward with the tax? Does the bonding capacity issue, the backstop issue, have to be included in the ballot, or is that something that council can make a subsequent decision on, depending upon factors at the time?
I think that is a legal question, but my understanding is yes, it has to be part of the ballot language.
Okay.
And I agree with Cara. I think it'd have to be part of the ballot language, but I think that the council could still make the decision not to use it if they didn't want to for some reason. So you want the voters to approve your top limit. You can not use it if you don't want to when you're actually issuing the bonds.
Understood. And the only remaining
I agree with that too.
My only remaining questions would be what the 20-year bond without backstop would look like in terms of proceeds, and do we have specific projects in mind? Because that's what we did with the infrastructure. We identified things we were going to spend the money on. Are we there with respect to this tax? And if not, will we be there in terms of identifying specific projects? I think there's going to be some.
Yes, we can get you the 20-year numbers for sure, and then I would defer to Jonathan on the timing of the project identification. But we can definitely get the 20-year numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Cara, thank you. I appreciate that. And Mark, I apologize. I missed that question earlier, and I appreciate you asking it. It's something I think our community really wants to know more about, beyond just how we would spend money with the existing tax and how we think about evolving our programs. This obviously opens up and unlocks a large amount of money in the early years. And so we talked a lot about the scale that we need to be moving on in the next decade or so. So obviously, there's a little bit of balance there. We want to make sure that we're communicating and doing an engagement with our community to understand the types of projects that they would like to see, but to give you some specific examples of things that we have been thinking about really deeply. First of all, really scaling up our electrification efforts in our buildings. We are going to be going to the Public Utilities Commission next month, in fact, around looking at buying in as equity partners in large-scale renewable generation. So that conversation with the PUC is to begin laying out the design of that new program that would allow cities to actually become actual owners in scaled renewables, giving us access to the potential revenues and all the attributes of that power. You hear a lot, and we talk a lot about technology related to resilience, being able to microgrid, for example, how you would look at storage and on-site generation and islanding capabilities for critical facilities, sheltering sites, emergency operations centers. So we'd be looking at deploying those types of microgrids and those types of technologies. And often I think we forget that we need money to leverage money. So a lot of the grants that are available for infrastructure projects, particularly in the energy space, EV, electrification, and charging infrastructure, being able to have access to those dollars up front, I think, unlock additional revenues that we could deploy here locally. And the last thing that I want to say is, this ability of bonding doesn't mean that we actually have to issue that debt. Anything we would do, we would come back to council. We would talk about the very specific projects that we would be issuing that debt for. And so there's a little bit of a balance between identifying the projects today and being able to talk to our community about the things that they would like to see. Now, that's all built into our engagement plan over the next couple of months. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of the flavor. I can keep going. There's a lot more that I think we could talk about.
I'm less, frankly, concerned with specific projects than the fact that we're starting to get the inquiries from people who will only approve the tax if they have some understanding of what the proceeds are going to be used for. I defer to you as to actually what you want to do, but I'm really trying to communicate that there's interest in the community as to how we're going to use the money. And it's important that we be responsive to that if we want to make sure that this thing gets passed.
Understood.
Thanks, Mark and Jonathan and Cara and Kathy. Next, Aaron.
I just want to echo what Mark was saying. Jonathan, thanks for that. Was a great answer. I think maybe we could approach this a little bit like we did with the community culture, safety and resilience tax. I think I got the words in the wrong order. But in terms of saying, like, here's a starter list of things that we would like to use this money for as an example set of projects. And so we want to use it for projects like these. And then that gives the community some idea of where we're going to start, see where they're going to see early impacts from that new tax or the revised tax. and then still leave us the latitude to spend it on other similar kinds of projects going forward over the life of the tax. So something to think about in this approach, because I think some little bit more certainty would help the community as we move forward with this.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm going to try and sort of, I think, maybe recalibrate the track we're on here. So I think we asked all our questions on climate tax. We finished electronic smoking devices altogether. I don't know if there were questions to staff on the election options 1, 2, and I would say there's actually an option 3 that Nicole had hotlined earlier. So don't want to lose track of that, which is not up on our slide. So I think we should do questions on that, and then questions on the swearing in and library, and then give our feedback on them. So Nicole, do you want to real quick though, just state what the third option is?
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize. I think I missed a little. Our internet's being really flaky tonight. Yes, so the third option that, you know, I wanted to raise for us because of some concerns I had with 1 and 2 was basically just shifting everything starting in 2024. We would just start holding even year elections. Other communities that have done this, that is basically how they have gone with it. Colorado state law actually prevents us from shortening our terms, so that is not an option. So extending basically by 1 year, everybody currently on council, extending by 1 year, only 1 year, not an extra term, just 1 year, to get us to even years. That would basically do it. So we would skip over 2023 entirely. We would begin in 2024 with those who would have been up for election in 2023. They're now up in 2024. Those of us who would have been up in 2025, now up in 2026. That's it. Just a relatively simple. We're there relatively quickly. Again, just from what other places have done. This is it's typical for it to not take more than a year or so to do that. So that, and I understand there are concerns at the county level. I have concerns at the city level, and I'm happy to talk about those at whatever point we get to discussion.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. So does anyone have questions on the 3 options for staff? Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, this kind of relates to my wanting to put out a different option. I am really curious about the burden on our staff, and let me in a couple of ways. So we know that the voters in even in odd years are slightly different groups. There's a lot more people who are showing up in even year elections. I know that our staff are hard at work thinking about how we are going to do the engagement that's necessary to explain ranked choice voting to our voters. So, you know, in my mind, if we go with one of these first 2 options, we are educating people about ranked choice voting, spending a lot of time doing that in an odd year. And then as we switch into even years, we have to do that process again, because we've got 15 to 20,000 new voters who are there and are going to be looking at this saying, what is this that I'm supposed to be doing? So I'm curious about the education of voters piece and sort of that re-education of voters that may be necessary if we do odd years and even years, the burden that we have on staff. And then I'm also curious about the burden on staff for option 1, which has us doing 3 elections in 4 years. So I understand that there are concerns at the county clerk level. My concerns are really, I think, a question for staff of what is the energy and time and resources you are expending for these different options?
So I can answer part of those questions, and I'll look to Alicia and John Morse to answer the other questions about doing the voter information piece. We do elections every year as a practical matter as staff. So you know, whether candidates are included in this year or that year is not a big deal as far as for the work that we need to do. It's a different question with respect to budget and how much it's going to cost to be part of an even year election with a much longer ballot than a shorter ballot. So at least for the internal staff work, it's about the same. For the cost and other things that the city clerk's office has to deal with, it's different. So we'll let them address that if they're ready.
And I'm thinking about all the questions that I was constantly asking Elisha during the election. So, I think maybe there's a unique challenge of candidates being on the ballot.
Well, at this particular point, I think, like Kathy said, I think that the cost and the actual staff time is about the same. But what we want to look at is what's happening at the same time, because like Bob mentioned earlier, we always have ballot measures on the initiatives and referendums and those sort of things on the ballot. So it's all according to what's happening at that year. I think cost, like Kathy also designated, is what our main concern will be, because we're still going to have to initiate ranked choice voting, whether that is going to be done in 2023 or if it's going to be done in 2024. That's going to be the actual question. If regardless, when we do that, that's going to be a heavy lift in itself, initiating ranked choice voting. And so if we initiate the ranked choice voting first and then go into the even year elections for our candidates, that of course will take some of the lift and kind of, I would say, rebalance it. But we're a small staff. We'll have to, of course, get more help, as we always do each year, with the initiatives, the referendums, the candidates, and we have to just pull in our resources. We won't know until we know that type of situation, but cost is our primary concern. And again, when we will initiate the ranked choice voting, because that's going to put in a whole nother different piece of our responsibilities and how we work with the county. And the county has also said that they did not want to have the ranked choice voting initiated the same year as if we decided to go into even year elections, because of what that strain would put on them. But we have to also associate that what that strain will put on us. So again, I don't think we know until we know. But right now, even the ranked choice voting, from the information that we got back from the county clerk's office on the estimate cost for that alone is around $250,000 just to initiate that process, if we are the only municipality in the county to be utilizing ranked choice voting, because we would have to take on that whole entire cost. Does that answer most of your questions, Nicole? Because again, it's sort of like a catch-22. We still going to have to take in the petitions. We're still going to have to do the validations. We're still going to have to do the signing parties, and we're still going to have to meet the deadlines that the county has set. So I don't think it's more work. It's just maybe more volume. And I apologize for my voice, because I'm feeling a little weird today too. So I do apologize for that. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you or any other council members may have that might be specific questions.
Thanks, Elisha. Feel better.
Thank you.
John wanted to weigh in, or Nicole, did you have any other questions?
I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
And Alicia did a great job answering that. If I could just add one more thing to your question, Nicole, specifically on advertising and outreach, we've been working with the county closely just to get a ballpark of, what we are going to expect with ranked choice voting alone. And they say that the bare minimum that we should expect to spend on just advertising and outreach is going to be $15,000. But there's a range that they say could go all the way up to $1 million spent in some cases. So there's a very large range of what we could do, but they gave us that minimum $15,000 to expect. So that's kind of where we're at. We plan to work very closely with them to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, and that was just for one, sorry.
No, I was going to say, Nicole, just to elaborate on what John said, when the county gave us that, it didn't account for, inflation, of course. And that $15,000 is just a basic what they will require us to pay for their outreach. That doesn't include what outreach the city may want to do to our specific voters. This is the county's overall cost for what their part in outreach will be. So if we as a city say, okay, yes, we want to do more robust, like John said, we could see the numbers climb rather rapidly, because of course we're talking about, production of printing, and we're also talking about mailing, we're also talking about training, because the ranked choice ballot will be a separate ballot page and we'll have to pay for that separate page because we don't want to mix it up like, with all the other items that may be on the ballot. So the county has suggested that that particular ballot issue for ranked choice voting be a separate ballot. So again, we'll have to work all those semantics out. And right now we're working and looking at budget. And like John said, they gave us the bare minimums of their requirements for payment to hold the coordinated election, but that doesn't in any way include what we want to do as a municipality as far as outreach and education.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. And just two really quick follow-up questions. Those numbers that were quoted were just for one-time education efforts, correct? So if we were needing to do that in multiple years, that would be sort of ensuing. So the other question, I think this relates to one of the options said something about having 2 mayoral elections before we get to 2026. And I'm assuming that that means it would be $250,000 each time that we would do that. Is that correct? Or is it $250,000 just to do the setup in one election and then we've sort of paid for that in future elections? But so if we were to do a mayoral election in 2023 and 2025, we would pay $250,000 both times, or is that just a one time?
That is a possibility. The issue is the setup of the actual process, because right now the state is only requiring, the state law and the bill that was passed is only requiring the Secretary of State to have everything in place by 2025. So if we initiate it and we do it before the state is ready, that is why we have to incur those costs. Right.
Okay.
Right. And so, and again, other municipalities in Boulder County may take on ranked choice voting. And if they take on that particular issue, then we would split the cost. But the reason that the cost is so pertinent for us is because we're the only municipality in Boulder County that will be initiating ranked choice voting. So it could be the same, but it also could decrease as we go forward, because one fee is, of course, the ranked choice voting setup, and of course the ranked choice voting software and training and that sort of thing. So those costs will decrease. But right now we're looking at the $250,000 to just implement. And as time goes on, some of those costs will already be, some of those functions will already be in place, and those costs won't be necessary.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Thanks. Tara, then Lauren, then Matt.
I have a quick question. Option 1 that said 3 years, Nicole just said that we aren't even allowed to do that, right? So how would we do that if that was a choice? Anybody?
We can't shorten a term of a council member that is currently in office. You can only, when people are elected new, you can do a shorter term. So option 1 is legal. It would not be legal to change anybody in the orange category, I believe it was in the chart. It would not be legal to reduce the terms of those people in office.
So then those people in office would have how many years?
Well, under option 1, they would maintain their existing terms, and then in 2025 the people that were elected would get 3-year terms, and that's legal because they're newly elected people.
Hey, Lauren, then Matt.
So I'm trying to kind of understand the full cost picture. There's been a couple mentions of how changing a council election to an even year might impact the cost of putting things on the ballot. Can someone explain or add more detail to that? Wouldn't it be, I mean, because what we're paying for is this to go out, a portion of what goes out in the mail to everyone. Wouldn't that portion be similar whether it was an even year or an odd year?
Yes, that cost would be similar. But what I was trying to just get across is once we initiate ranked choice voting, that's an additional cost because that's going to include an additional page, and that's going to include additional information and additional instructions. So that's the additional cost. And again, once we initiated, that cost would decrease. But once it's initiated, in every year after that, the county is suggesting, because we are the only ones in the county, the only municipality in the county that will be doing ranked choice, the ranked choice information in that particular vote will be on a separate page. So that's going to increase our costs in itself because we'll have to have a separate page printed, whereas normally things are just all part of their whole entire ballot. And so we get a divided cost as far as the ballot printing, but we will have to take on that cost for that extra page. And that's only because of ranked choice voting. So that had really nothing to do with the odd or even years. It was just strictly for ranked choice voting.
Thank you for that clarification.
Of course.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think Chris turned his camera on and wondered if he had something to add.
Yeah, I think maybe just real quick, Chris Meschuk, Deputy City Manager, to add to what Alicia and John have covered, and Nicole, your question, and Lauren, your question. I think part of it is really, if you think right now we budget and we plan staff time to conduct a city council election every 2 years. And depending on which option you select, we'll need to do that. We'll need to do more of those than every 2 years. And so there'll be that additional cost to for campaign finance and for the match and for the ballot space, as Alicia was kind of describing. That's coupled with then the implementation of ranked choice voting, which will make our local elections more expensive to be able to support that on the ballot. So that's really where the cost comes in. So if that's helpful to kind of add some clarity.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. I see Nicole's hand, and I will just point out that it is after 10 now, and we still have a couple miles to go here. So Nicole, you're up.
Thank you. My question was just around whether it's possible to split up the ranked choice voting and even your election stuff a little. Like, can we do ranked choice voting for mayor in 2023 as initially planned, and sort of move regular council elections to 2024, then kind of getting to even years from there, right? So then we would have 2026, we do ranked choice voting for mayor and all council members, right? So we're just sort of splitting that up a little bit, right? Where, the mayor in 2023, it's a blending, I guess, of 1 and 2. We elect mayor in 2023, gets a 3-year term, getting them to 2026. In 2024, then we're basically extending everyone's terms 1 year. We get to 2024 for some of us, and we get to 2026 for the rest of us. I'm just wondering if that makes it easier to split that.
That might be to Alicia or Kathy.
It's certainly doable, and it splits things better than doing them all in the same year. The cost is, I don't know about. Alicia may know more about that.
Well, from what our interactions with the county is, that's what they would prefer. And again, I think for budget purposes, it would be an easier, I think, request to ask for one pot of money that will handle one specific thing, and then another pot of money that would handle another thing. But again, like Chris said, we have to keep in mind what we're paying for the council election and what that looks like every other year, and when this will be implemented. If we go ahead and do the ranked choice voting next year, that'll be taken care of, right? And then we can assess the cost after that first year. But with the council election, we'll have to look at those costs, see how that plays into what we'll need for that particular election year, and then add it to what we're already paying for our elections. And I'm not sure if that's clear, but I think it would be doable, like Kathy said, and I think it would be easier to fit both of those requirements and both those needs into 2 separate budgets.
And just so I'm clear on what you're asking for, how is what you're suggesting different than option 2? Did I miss something?
Yeah, so the difference is, so option two, and this is just my concern with it, is that only some of us are getting our terms extended by a year. That is my concern. It doesn't seem totally fair, especially I think for Tara, the one person who would have to be running again next year already, which feels far too close. So I think it's mainly that, right? It's that everybody's terms will be extended a year, but we would still hold a ranked choice mayor-elect election in 2023. But everybody who would normally be up in 2023 is now up in 2024.
Okay.
Everybody, yeah, who would be up in 2025, up in 2026. It distributes that. It feels fairer to me than just some of us moving forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Matt?
I appreciate this conversation, and it's certainly been helpful to see what the impacts are from our Secretary of State's guidance coming out of HB 1071. And what those implications are, but also knowing, Broomfield is going to be doing this. They approved ranked choice voting for their folks, and they're doing it in 2023. So we aren't alone, and there's other communities looking to do it as well. I know Denver, it's on Denver's docket, and Fort Collins is looking to do it. So it's going to start spreading now that it's been allowed at the state level to do so. And I think there's going to be an, of course, amortization of a lot of that software cost, sort of to what Alicia was pointing out. So we'll spread the costs out quite substantially across the state as more embark on it, beyond just that of what happens in our county. I guess my question is interesting to Nicole's suggestion of still trying to achieve the first even year in 2024, but I want to come back to perhaps some of the guidance from our county clerk in not wanting to do things in the presidential year. And I'm curious, is that more aligned with not having ranked choice voting in that even year, or is it trying not to just have local elections in that even year? Or the third, is it trying not to do both or for the first time in that presidential year? Because I think I want to make sure whatever we do is doing it in a way that is not only going to have support from our own clerk and office with you, Alicia, and staff, but also that of Molly. And so I want to make sure what, if we parse out what is really that concern there, which version maybe works against the grain for our county clerk and which one maybe doesn't. So maybe that's for those that have had those more detailed conversations with Molly, I'm curious where you see those settling out.
I'm not sure if Kathy or John want to weigh in, but when we met with Molly was supportive, of course, of what the voters and councils will be. What they were anticipating, the same thing that Nicole brought up, is how it would impact the staff that she currently has. They had a particular specialized person that was very knowledgeable about ranked choice voting, leave their municipality. So they're also scrambling to try to find that specialty information and that specialty person to help, because they don't have anybody that can help them kind of gauge what's needed and what's not needed. They're also looking to get more guidance and direction from the Secretary of State on funding, because at this particular point, they're not sure how much funding will trickle down to the counties. And because, again, we are the first ones in Boulder County, that's where that high cost for this first year comes in to play. I think at some point, Molly and Stephanie, again, have been amazing as far as providing us with information, but they're still trying to figure it out too. So as we work together, I think the more questions we take to them and the more answers we get back, it'll be a good partnership. Like you said, Broomfield is going to be doing it, and there's other municipalities that's going to be doing it, but we're the first. And us being the first puts us in the precarious spot of having to look at what those costs will be for being the first. And again, very supportive, very responsive to our needs, very good at answering our questions. But I think they're concerned with the same things that, like Nicole and the rest of the council, are concerned with. How will that affect our staff at this particular level?
And just to follow up for clarity, with the guidance that Secretary of State's office just put out was draft guidance, and that she's statutorily required to put out her full guidance this November. And so all of that we will know from the Secretary of State's office will be effectively known. And it's also important to know that money was just put in the long bill, the long bill for the budget in the state, for the state legislature, that would put a lot of money into the Secretary of State's office to cover those expenses. And to Alicia's point, what of that trickles down to the county. So just for added context of those state mechanisms and where it impacts us, just for those that aren't aware, I thought it would be important just to add some of that color and context, that November is the key date of all of that guidance, and that money will be coming in, and we'll see just how much trickles down from this particular legislative session.
And Matt, just to make one more point about that, at the Secretary of State's level, their main concern is making sure the machinery and the voting machines are capable of handling this particular function. And so they've hired their contractor. That contractor would be the contractor that they would recommend for us in 2023, and anyone else that is going to be initiating ranked choice voting in 2023. But they don't have a solid time. They have 2025 in their sights, not 2023. So anything that happens before 2025, those municipalities would have to incur that cost. And I just wanted to make that clear, that they do have things in place. You're right. But again, with us being the first and us being on a different timeline, that makes us special.
Thanks, Alicia. Thanks, Matt. We're definitely special. Okay, so I want to point out that it is after 10. I don't know if we need a motion to extend the meeting in this situation or not. But we also have a number of people who are recovering or currently ill, and we've had some people who had to drop off. So want to kind of encourage us to move it along pretty well. So toward that end, I'm just going to do, before we get into discussion or more questions, just sort of do a test here to see where people are thinking of options 1, 2, 3, and perhaps option 4 now. So just we will have discussion here, but just want to see if there's a strong inclination before we get into that. So option 1 is just the 3-year council terms to get to even years, mayor 3-year or 1 year to get to even years. Is anybody just pretty convinced that that's what they want to do? How about option 2? 5-year term.
Rachel, can I just say something real quick? I don't need 3 and 4 are not down here. It was quite a long discussion.
They're not. I'll have somebody like recap those two when we get there. I just kind of want to get a feel for maybe where we can focus our discussion.
Figure it out. Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like we don't really need to discuss option 1, so that's good. So for option 2, are there people who are inclined? I'm like, I'd put my hand half up. I'm definitely considering that one. Aaron's a half up too. Okay. Option 3, Nicole, I think 3 and 4 are kind of both your babies at this point. So can you give a one-liner for each of those?
Sure. Yeah. So option 3 basically just has, so both options take everybody's terms and extend them by 1 year only to move us to an even year election and get us on track. The difference, as I see it, is whether ranked choice voting moves as well. So do we do the mayoral election in 2023 and then everybody else's terms is shifting 1 year, or do we do everything, try to do everything in 2024, recognizing, that we need to probably figure out with the county clerk how we would potentially make that a reality.
So option number 3 is, I'm going to say, is everything. It's like option 2, but everything's 2024 instead. I think instead of 2026.
Lauren's got her hand raised. Maybe has clear.
Lauren.
Yeah.
That's you. Okay, you're option 3. Thank you. Lauren's option 3. Option 4 is
with the caveat I'd want to talk to Molly, but yeah.
Okay. Option 4 would also be 2024 for the council elections. I think there would be a 1-year addition to everybody's term, but the mayor would stay 2023. I'd say is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And I think it just sort of gets to a question around is it legal to do that? Because I think we're sort of supposed to have all the elections together. And I don't know, it sounds like if the voters are approving it, then we could do that as a way of getting to even year elections. But yeah, so I personally, Rachel, I'm somewhere in 3 or 4.
Okay, thanks. All right, so there were a lot of hands that didn't go up anywhere there. So I'm just going to open it for this rather than going through questions on the other ones now. Let's just plow through this because I think this is going to be the meatiest one. So open to discussion now. Taking hands. And we need to pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. Lauren.
So I'm going to give my plug for 3. As I've been bringing up, simplicity, I think is really good when we're trying to explain these things. And just the idea of explaining that we're extending everyone's term 1 year so that we can get on even years in 2024 and have the ranked choice election for mayor. I think that by pushing the ranked choice election for mayor back a year, we also have time for potential other cities to join. We have time to watch Superior and see how much difficulty they have implementing in 2023. We have an extra year to prepare for it. So for me, it seems both the most straightforward and has some potential upsides in terms of cost and preparedness. I understand that there are concerns regarding implementation, staff time at both the city and the county level. And if those are insurmountable, I would go with something else. But that is, my preference would certainly be for option 3.
Thanks, Lauren. Elisha has some commentary, I'm guessing.
I just wanted to make it known that the next presidential election is in 2024.
Right. Yep.
So.
Thank you. Understood. Okay, Matt.
All right, so we started with 2 options and it expanded to 4, and now we got to cull down to 1. So I think we've made it a little harder on ourselves tonight, but it's a good discussion nonetheless. So option 1 for me is not viable only because it has us doing 3 elections in 4 years. It reduces continuity by shortening 2 different terms of councils. And look, it takes a while to get momentum going. And I just think that just doesn't seem to work on a whole lot of levels. So option 1's off the table. And I'll sort of take off, but sort of whittle down. Option 3, I struggle with only because it has been met with clear resistance from our clerks because of not wanting to embark on ranked choice voting on a presidential year and having all of that, in what is such an impactful, and mind you, it's largely expected that there's going to be what we thought were lots of challenges in 2020 or challenges and lawsuits. It looks to be exponentially more in 2024's presidential election cycle of challenging results. And we would be just waving the flag by introducing a new voting system on a presidential year where we know challenges are going to come. So I think there's a lot of concern about the scrutiny and having a really clean ballot. And so option 3 to me has a lot of perhaps issues with it. So it really comes down to option 2, which is the skipping of the 2025. You extend the term, and then you extend the term 1 more year for the existing council, and then those that get elected in 2023 get 5-year terms, and we get on cycle that way. I'm intrigued by option 4, which is that hybrid, but I would want to clarify with Molly that she would be okay running an even year election in 2024 for council, knowing we had just done ranked choice voting in 2023. If that's okay, then I would be inclined to move towards that option 4. So for me, it's 2, and with the caveat 4 maybe being possible if both Elisha staff and Molly's office would not see big barriers of entry to option 4. Hope that clarifies.
That's great. Thanks, Matt. Bob?
Yeah, I'm, as you guys know, I'm not in favor of even your elections, but I'm trying to help you guys come up with the best solution here. So I agree with what Matt just said. I'm also a little bit worried about option 3. I don't understand option 4, but I don't need to. Option 3, though, I'm still struggling with because option 3, as egalitarian as it is, it would, subject to the approval of the voters, would add a year to everyone who sits on this council. And so I think no one needs to declare this tonight, but there may be some among the 9 of us who don't want another year. And so I think it would be a little bit weird to go to the voters and say, hey, can the 9 of us all have an extra year? And only to find out that there may be 1 or 2 or 3 people who actually don't want to do that. So the elegance of options 1 or 2, and I agree with Matt, 2 is better than 1 between those 2, is it doesn't affect anybody who is anybody's current term. Option 1 and 2 both affect terms that are yet to be elected for. I think it's a little bit awkward to ask voters to extend terms of people who have already been elected and to assume that they want that. So I think if you're going to go down the path of option 3, you probably should have private conversations with all 9 people to see where they're at in that.
Thanks, Bob. I'm not sure if option 2 doesn't increase the terms of half this council, though. I think that those who would be off in 25 have to stay till 26.
Correct. That's a good point. It's 4 people as opposed to 9, but you're right.
Sorry to tell you there. Or double talk. Okay, Tara.
This is one of those nights where I can't decide, but I'm leaning towards 4. That's all I have to say.
That's awesome. Thank you. So I've got 3, 2, or maybe 4 if okay. 1, 4. Anyone else? I'll go if no one else wants to. So I'm kind of where Matt and Bob are. I think that 4 is intriguing. I'd like to know if that's workable. I appreciate Bob's concern that not everyone's going to want to stay on an extra year. I think that's going to be equally true of people in the first, who would be up in 23 and up in 25. So I think that no matter what, there's probably got to be a way to make clear what the off ramp is for people who are very ready to be done with a 4-year term. So I think 4 is better if it works, and 2 if not would be me. Anyone else? Aaron.
Yeah, this has gotten kind of sticky. Well, and Nicole's option 3, I think, is worth considering with except for the issue with the county clerk. Like I'm really unwilling to throw the county clerk a ball that they can't catch. And not to say that they're not competent or anything, but if the workload is not doable or if it presents complications that could somehow cloud the results of the election, so I'm very hesitant to ask the county clerk to do something that they really don't want to or don't feel that they have the capacity to do. So that's just my major concern with the option 3. I don't think anybody likes option 1. Option 2, I think can work. It's a little bit further out. It does extend 4 people's terms. I will say that in terms of an off-ramp, Rachel, like you were talking about, when there is another election coming up, that's a relatively doable off-ramp, right? Like if you can resign at the maybe partway through your term, but only at an election, then there's not a vacancy. There's never a council seat vacant, right? So if there were, if we took that option 2 and somebody didn't want to do a 5-year term, they could resign at the interim election in between. Option 4 is kind of intriguing, but I don't know where the off-ramp comes for those people who don't want the extra year. I don't know if it is legal to work in both at the same time. And then you do have one thing I did like about option 1 was local elections in multiple consecutive years, because I think it's kind of exhausting for council and the community and what have you. So I'm a little concerned about that with option 4, about the consecutive elections in 2023 and 2024. So anyway, I don't know if we're going to quite get there tonight. We may need to learn a little bit more, but I'll see what other people think.
I think that's probably right. We're not probably going to get to just 1. Nicole and then Tara.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to me, this sort of feels like a problem-solving session, right? We've all identified some various constraints, and I I personally would love it if we could try to get the county clerk to one of our meetings so that we can all have this conversation together. I think, this is sort of one of the hard things is that we don't fully understand the constraints as individuals because we haven't been able to have this conversation. But, I think if ranked choice voting is really sort of the issue, then I think option 4 is my preference there. For folks. So it does leave some of us without an earlier off ramp, and I'm sensitive to that.
Thanks, Nicole. Tara and Lauren.
I wanted to thank you, Nicole, for option 3 and 4 and trying to be fair about that. So this is my props to you. I appreciate that. That's it.
Lauren, bring us home.
That's not going to be what this is. I'm sorry. So I just did want to point out that with option 4, if we're trying to elect the mayor in 2023, that's not the end of any council member's term. And we would end up with 10 people serving on council, as opposed to, you gotta, or it could be whoever randomly doesn't want their term extended. I hear, Mark, you might be opting to be replaced. No, I don't know. Anyway, that was all I wanted to bring up, that issue.
Gonna get Hunger Games, like I volunteer. Okay, so I think what we can do, we've had some good straw polls here. It sounds like there's a lot of interest in 4 before Lauren just gave that possible death knell, and definite option 2, and 2 we're intrigued by 3. So 1's off the table. I would ask staff, is that like good enough direction for tonight? We'd like a little bit more information on if 4 is no good, if there's something, if there are pieces of 2, 3, and 4 that are cobbled together, and then maybe kick it back to charter committee for further working on.
Yeah, I think we've eliminated 1, which is great. And so
we added 2, so
yeah, but some good conversations around some of those. So why don't we have good direction. It's clear that we're going to need some additional information, and we will come back to you with some additional options.
This is Nicole.
This is not about what we just discussed. This is just a request to sort of us on council, hopefully modeling for the community. I just want to note that when we are talking about why people may not vote in odd years, talking about things like laziness or not being bothered or those kinds of things, I think really does a disservice to the tens of thousands of people who are working 2 or 3 jobs, who have young kids, for whom it's really hard. It just is hard to get out and make that effort, to attend forums and things like that. And so we are a diverse community, and we need to have different perspectives on things for the well-being of our community. I just really want to ask us to not sort of make judgment calls about the people who are choosing to vote in even years, but may not be able to get there for whatever reason, particularly when we know that the people who are turning out in odd years are categorically different in terms of demographics than the people who turn out in even years. I think we really risk doing some harm to the community if we are making those kinds of comments. And so I would just really encourage us to not head in those directions as we're having this conversation.
Thanks. Thanks for that, Nicole. Okay, so we have 2 more, hopefully much shorter topics, I think, to get through here. One is, do we want to change the date to swear in newly elected officials from 3rd Tuesday in November? If so, do we want it to be the first business meeting in December or the first business meeting in January? Aaron?
I'll just do a quick pitch for December, just so that there's not a long lame duck session and allow people to be seated relatively quickly.
Okay, thanks. Anyone want to make a pitch for January? Lauren?
And I guess maybe this goes with what we're talking about with elections, but if we're concerned about how long ballot counting might take and things like that in future years, it seems good to have a solid buffer in there.
Yeah, thanks. Nicole?
I think as elections get more and more exhausting as well and harder and everything, giving people a little bit of rest before they jump on council is a nice thing as well. So January is where I'm leaning.
Tara and Matt?
I'm leaning in December because lame duck situation.
Thanks. Matt?
Yeah, I agree a little bit with Tara on the lame dunk, but also think about onboarding. Council goes on recess and everybody goes on recess, and then you're trying to schedule all the necessary onboarding. And then that's a problem to try to do over recess and then get sworn in. And so I think that presents its issues. So I think there's plenty of time, and I'd be curious to hear what Elisha or John have to say about what sort of a standard, runway and buffer for certifying elections. But it feels like December is reasonable to do your onboarding, get sworn in, go on break, and use that break time if you choose to build those relationships, have those communications, and settle into the work that you're about to embark on, certainly if you're a new council member. So I would definitely prefer December.
Okay, Mark, and then I'll call myself.
Yeah, I'll also go with December, both for the reasons Matt articulated and Aaron. I think it makes more sense, and I don't think a long lame duck session is useful to the community.
Okay, I'll go and then call him Bob. I'm actually January. I think that you can probably do your training, starting in November still, and so you've got plenty of time to get through it and work through it, and it would be sort of a nice reprieve and get to know staff and people and learn the job. It felt very compressed to jump right into the job, so I think a longer run up to that would be good. I appreciate Lauren's point that we may not know the results of elections for longer and longer periods, and so the buffer seems good. A couple of extra weeks, and hopefully it gives staff a bit more of a reprieve. And I would like to think that maybe the previous council can conclude some things during those weeks, and it wouldn't be a complete lame. It would be lame duck, but maybe not lame. Bob?
December for the reasons stated by the December people.
All right, I think the Decembers have it. Right? Nobody from December wants to change their vote? Okay, so the next one is remove library provisions from charter if library district tax is approved. Anyone like to kick off discussion there? I will go ahead and go ahead, Bob.
I think this is a no-brainer. Obviously, we wouldn't want to double tax people. So if a library district tax passes, we don't need a library district tax on the city side of things. So it seems pretty obvious to me. I'd like to hear if there's a counter argument to that.
Anyone want to keep a defunct provision in the charter? Seeing no takers, I'm just going to call that a yes by acclamation to remove. Great. Okay, I think that is the end of our agenda. But let me look here. Yeah, a couple little.
That is correct, madam.
Well, I did. Does anyone have matters from the mayor or members of council? I hate to skip that over. Aaron, Mayor.
I'd just like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Friend for a very excellently run meeting. Thanks so much.
You're kind. Thank you. This is my honor. Okay, discussion items, debrief, nothing. So adjournment. Thanks all for sticking with us. Have a good night. Hope everyone feels better. We're adjourned.